Welcome to another Brew by the Magic Guy. I'm your host, Sean, and the camera's a little bit low. Fixed it. How you guys doing? So today we're going to be playing another session with the Blue Eye Control. I liked it last time enough to give it another spin. I actually didn't change much of anything if you guys were here last time we played it. I think some of the last minute additions to this version of the deck versus version 1.3 was that I changed up the sideboard considerably, and I also added a Thirst for Knowledge and main decked the Engineered Explosives. So we'll see how it does this time. I was pretty pleased with it last time because it. What did we go? 2-3? I think we went 2 and 3. It was close. It was almost a. No, no, no. Sorry, we did 3-2. I think because I remember us getting prize back. So I think that's what happened. This is a 2-3 or a 3-2, which is what I would expect from most blue-white archetypes right now with how the meta looks. I mean, I was looking, for example, today at MTG Goldfish, like kind of deciding what I wanted to play, and um, I think I think that it's tough to play any truly quote unquote fair deck right now in modern. I think it's always been you're kind of the underdog when you do that, but I do think that other decks that I considered for today, I did consider the Thopter Sword deck that did pretty well. I even looked at some versions of Hogak that had some interesting new technology. There were some lists that were playing that I can't think of the name of the card. Oh, Creeping Chill. There we go. There were some decks playing Creeping Chill, um, which was really interesting to see in Hogak. But I guess you do turn over so many cards that it's kind of neat to get additional bonuses just slotted inside of the deck. This hand looks like a really solid opener. We got a cycle land and a cycle. I'm going to keep this. And just another cycler. We have a lot of these one mana cyclers just because of the terminus. But let's go ahead and lead on Colonnade and say go. And these, of course, allow you to terminus during your opponent's turn. Mesa into Blood Crypt. Could be Hogak. Could be Mardu Shadow. Could be a bunch of different things. Them thought seizing us here. What's up, Ike? Yeah, how you doing? How's life? How's the car? Okay, so we're gonna just. So he saw the prismatic vista. He didn't see flooded strands. So I think we're gonna play out this vista. So I want to have access to not. I don't want to play the land that I just drew when he just looked at our hand. That tells him that I just drew a land. Clearing. Okay, so it does look like Mardu Shadow. Another thought seize. Um, I mean, he's likely just going to take the logic knot. So I think thought seizing here is, or logic knotting this thought seize, I think is fine. Is it just keeps the information like we're losing the logic not likely anyway. No threat. Also, him not gaining that or getting that life loss. All right, so he saw the snow-covered plain, so we'll play that. And we'll probably start doing some cycling of these, especially if he just drops a threat here. Hey, what's up, Raccoon? You're on this account. Other one got hacked. Oh, that's not good. Range. Okay. Yep. He grabs a shadow. There's Terminus. I kind of want to find some action. So here's a Narset. They do play looting, Mardu Shadow. Let's go ahead and thin first, actually. So I find Chalice. Chalice is strong in this matchup. If you can put it on one, it's pretty powerful. I'll take Chalice. So one of the reasons why I like the Narset 2 of in this list is because Chalice is so important. This gives us more opportunities to dig to said Chalice, so he's going to Thoughtseize that. Okay. It's his third Thoughtseize of the game. That's okay. There's the shadow we saw. Here's a Teferi Time Raveler. Let's take a peek first. So what do we see? Winds, Cryptic. Okay, so we got some options here. I think Winds, like usually in these matchups where we just need to answer threats, like Winds is maybe more so where I want to go. Nothing wrong with Cryptic actually in this spot. We're actually like pretty solid to like Teferi the shadow, and then I mean he's just gonna replay it though. I think taking Cryptic's actually a little greedy. Let's take Winds and let's actually, you know what I'm gonna do? I think I'm gonna Winds this Death Shadow, and I'm going to bounce my Narset actually. I think is what I want to do. Just in case he has like Faith Shield or something, let's do the Winds of Abandon first. Then let's. Oh, sorry, it's can't do it to Planeswalkers. For some reason, I was thinking it's any permanent, like it's like other like Big Teferi's effect. It's not. So we'll just plus. Sucks to be sitting on a Force Negation in this matchup. There's really not all that much that I get to tag with this spell in this particular matchup. It is pretty weak. Opponent's got 5 cards. He's got to have something over there. It's probably just another the 3-drop guy. Yeah. So we almost had enough mana to overload this. Maybe I should have waited. Maybe I should have taken the Cryptic. Bobble. Okay. Yeah, Narset doesn't stop the draw off of a Bobble because he's going to be drawing during my turn. Yep. Field. So I might be able to cut him on red, actually. They don't always run a mountain. Interesting. Kind of like just returning the shadow. So we draw Jace. So unfortunate that I can't J-Storm then shuffle. I mean, I guess I could, right? I don't want to miss the opportunity to cut him on red, though. And still play Jace after the fact. I can't sequence this the other way, right? Because, yeah, because it would tap me for... Yeah. Let's see if we cut him on red. You never know. Might not be playing a basic mountain. He is not. Now the problem with just J-storming here is then we lose the Jace, and bouncing Ranger Knight seems bad. Might just Fate Seal my opponent. Fate Sealing us is good too because we're just looking for Terminus. Yeah, honestly I think I Fate Seal myself because we're just looking for Terminus. We already kind of know what's going on over there. Chalice is strong though. But, okay, as strong as Chalice is in this matchup, we know we have two threats we're facing. Let's actually bottom it. Let's actually bottom it. I know that sucks to do because we're already down. He already took a Chalice with Thoughtseize earlier, but I think we're in a fine spot here. Like, I don't think that we want to. Yeah, I don't think I wanted a J Storm immediately there. So he's actually going to go after Teferi. I respect that. I think that's a fine attack because I mean you can't remove Jace here. So okay, he's going to Sculler my Force. That's fine. You can have it. Not particularly interested in that one. So Cryptic is good here. Okay, that's not a very good draw. So bouncing the Shadow just lets Jace die. So let's go ahead and Jace Storm. D-Sphere the Shadow is not the worst. Put these two back. We are going to lose Jace here, though. But since we drew a fetch, at least I'm not drawing back into... I'm not going to be drawing back into... those two lands, at least. So that's positive. Yeah, so we'll likely lose Jace here. What's nice is this Narset still being around is not completely preventing him from cracking these silent clearings. Like he can crack them one at a time during my turn. Not much else. But I mean, we've got a lot of powerful top decks in our deck still, and not to mention this Colonnade. Okay, Vista is not one of them. I assume there's a Fatal Push for the Colonnade. I think I might actually hold this Vista. No, we should probably thin. I was thinking I hold it for maybe we draw the other Jace. So, I mean, I assume this Colonnade block is not going to work. Maybe I should wait until we've established a Chalice before I animate the Colonnade at all. I think that actually makes a lot of sense. That I shouldn't. If our plan is to, should we find another Chalice to put it on one? Plus we've shuffled since then, so I mean, there's a possibility we draw some Chalice. Then the Colonnade can really ramshackle this board. Maybe he is going to go after Narset. I'm not sure. Yeah, I think a Colonnade block is foolish here when there's likely a path and or fatal push in my opponent's hand. Like if he's not playing threats and he's not thoughts, hand hating us, like the assumption is his hand is like a bunch of red cards. He certainly can play them now. I mean, there's a possibility that we draw Chalice and then I just hit him with the Colonnade and he dies, like if he fetch shocks this Bloodstained. Oh, we're looking for a Terminus now. That's scary. Ooh, that's a juicy one. There is one more Thoughtseize in my opponent's deck. Opponent shocks. All right, well, that's unfortunate. I mean, we're thankful it's not Thoughtseize, but him knowing about the settle changes the dynamics of this a lot. He'll probably just swing with like the captain. Oh, you know what? Narset soaked a little bit of damage for us a moment ago. She did. Yeah, he did attack the Narset, so I guess she soaked 2 points of damage off of the Sculler a moment ago. Not the worst. Let's see what he does. See, I don't know if I like that attack. I feel like I'd attack with the smaller creatures before just throwing the shadow into the settle. I mean, I'm not going to three. Opponent might have some number of lightning bolts. I know I'd play at least a couple bolts if I was playing Mardu Shadow. Okay, so do we want to focus on Terminus or do we want to focus on? I think there's still three Terminus in the deck. Let's cycle this during our opponent's turn. Because if we cycle it now and it hits a Terminus, well, actually we have enough mana to cast it though. Actually, okay. In fairness, looking at my mana, I didn't realize that we had seven or more. We do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We actually have 8 mana. I should have just cycled it on my own turn because if it was Terminus, we could hardcast it, and if it was something sorcery speed, we could use that. So in retrospect, I think I should have. Oh, okay. Well, maybe not. So he's gonna see this sandbar. So there's Chalice. Now this Chalice lets us just win this next turn, doesn't it? I actually think we just won. Unless he has a 2 mana creature removal effect, which they just don't run. I think we just won with this Chalice. You set the Chalice to 1. He won't be able to path or fatal push my Colonnade. We hit him with the Colonnade. Chalice is such a nutty card, right? Now we kill you. There's a possibility he has exactly Faith's Shield, because Colonnade does have a color. Alright, we get there. Guys, we only had to deal 2 points of damage to the opponent. Our deck is overpowered. Think about it. I did nothing. I didn't do anything like the whole game except play planeswalkers and like, you know, answer a couple of threats. I mean, these planeswalkers soaked so much damage for us when you think about it, right? Jace soaked 5 points. The Teferi soaked 2 or 3, I think 3 points, and Narset soaked 2 points. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It's like I had 10 extra life points because he did answer every single walker. Anyway, so these threats seem great. Counter Magic's really bad in this matchup. That should go. I'm just saying. I'm not trying to say that like our deck is the best thing ever. That's not what I mean. I do think this is a bit of a meme, but it's a meme that I like. Purge is good in this matchup. Just another answer to Shadow. You want all of those answers to Shadow. Not's bad too. I mean, they use their graveyard somewhat. I don't think. Well, okay. If we're gonna keep in the Terminus, I definitely keep in Double Jace. That much I know. Cryptics are okay. Let's curve everything so you guys can see like we're on the mana curve. We're doing things. These are cyclers. That's a cycler. These are ideally 1 mana. These are tap lands. These cost at least 2 mana to activate. These are all like 2 drops. You got some 3 drops still. I think Detention Sphere is reasonable in this matchup just because their deck has a lot of redundancy, a lot of the same threats. We're gonna run explosives too. It's going to be set to 3 in this matchup likely for Shadow. We got a bunch of 5s that just came in, so what do you cut? Narset? I don't think so. I like the walkers a lot in these like fair matchups. Maybe like the Timely is a little weak. Now that he knows about Settle, maybe it's weak. No, I think Settle's still good even though if the opponent knows about it. Might cut the Timely. Although him on the play, these might actually be really good. Buy me enough time to get to some of these big boom booms. Maybe we honestly just cut some Cryptics. I don't think it's the greatest in this matchup. I still think Cryptic is better than like Spell Queller or Vendilion Click or some of these other choices, but let's just slim there. I think Thirst is fine. Like we still have all the chalices and the explosives. And you saw that last game we started to get a little bit Cyborg card. Sure it's got a Terminus, and sure we could mulligan this to put the Terminus back, but would I keep this 6? Land, land, land. Well, these are all tap lands though. I might actually mulligan this because it's a little slow out of the gates. Like sure it's got Chalice and Purge and all this wonderful things. And sure, he's going to tear a hand apart, so I don't like mulliganing against these Thoughtseize decks. We might just have to relegate to losing game 2 and winning game 3. Oh, he doesn't do anything turn 1? Awesome. Okay, Vista's going to turn on the Fortress, so now this hand is a go. So let's play Colonnade, say go. We're off to a really good start today. Like, usually, I feel like a lot of the time you lose game 1 to these shadow decks with the blue-white decks. And we didn't even stick Chalice until the very end to just like pseudo answer all the paths and Fatal Pushes his hand might have had, and then we hit him with the Colonnade. And to think. Oh, I have no faith in the Shuffler. Okay. So there goes Chalice probably. I can't imagine you let me keep this Chalice and just slam it next turn. Like he needs to buy time for this to not come down. I'll probably just like end step purge the okay. Well maybe he's got like a wear tear or something for Chalice. Takes the purge. Interesting. Alright, well, probably just stick this Chalice. I mean if he answers it, he answers it. Okay, so I'm gonna play the Vista because he didn't see this snow covered island. And I actually am gonna go with island there. But yeah, I mean, if he answers Chalice, he answers Chalice. It's tempting, thanks to the London Mulligan rule, to mulligan these hands, Barwick, that do have a Terminus, because you're tucking it back conveniently into the deck, which is really, really nice. I mean, that's also nice for Legacy Miracles, too. You know, anytime you're playing these miracle spells, like it's really, really nice to be able to just tuck them back into the deck due to the natural effects of... Okay, so he saw the Fortress. Let's just play Narset and soak damage, but also grab ourselves a card. Chalice, Cryptic. I think I am taking Cryptic. As tempting as it is to like take second Narset, I think I want to take Cryptic. And like honestly, if we just play out these lands, like we'll just hardcast this Terminus, right? 1, 2, 3. So 4 we go to Cryptic tap. Okay, so 2 and 3 and 2. So she'll soak 3 for us here. This is probably him blowing up the Chalice. Yep, shenanigans. But we're not in the worst spot. I mean, like, even if he has Thoughtseize, I can Cryptic tap the team a couple times. Okay, so let's... because this is, what, 9 damage? I think 9 damage is worth Cryptic tapping. I'd like to Cryptic tap, though, when we have enough mana to play Terminus. Like, maybe we do take a hit here. The problem is like, bolts. Opponent could have some life loss going on. He could bolt himself. So there's a lot of reasons to still Cryptic tap here. And it's not like he doesn't know about the Cryptic. He saw it off of the Narset. Okay, there's a Chalice. So we'll probably want to play Sandbar this turn so that we could just hardcast this Terminus. Why don't you tap and bounce the Sculler? Um, I could see that being a line. What, get the Purge back, and then try to purge the Shadow. Well, I mean we didn't quite have enough mana. You mean like in the end step instead of tapping the team, you mean bounce the Sculler, next turn purge the Shadow. Actually, I do like that. It would let him take Terminus though. That's true, but I guess the line that I'm taking us down is okay. We have plenty of untapped mana. I actually don't have to spend these sandbars as land drops anymore because we have enough mana to do the things we want to. So, and honestly, I'll probably cycle a sandbar during his turn just to see if we can spike a Terminus. And if not, it's not a big deal. Like he's not presenting lethal here. And if he had a bolt, he would have spent it on himself right there. Probably. I mean, there's still Tamir Battle Rage in my opponent's deck. I mean, there's still scary things. And again, maybe I should be sandbarring during my own turn, because sure, there are 3 Terminus left, but there are a reasonable amount of like 2-mana answers, and a lot of them are not instant speed. A lot of my 2-mana answers that we've chosen for this deck are sorcery speed, like Journey and Declaration and Stone, Winds of Abandon. These are all slow speed 2-mana answers. If he somehow gets to 1, that would be Xaxes. I think we're fine. I don't think he's killing us this turn, especially with Chalice in play. Although he did get back the Shenanigans. Something to note is that he dredged the Shenanigans. A Ranger will counter a Miracle Terminus if he silences, though. Yes, if he sees that line. He didn't do it last time because it didn't make sense. But you're right. Ranger can stop. Kind of like Death and Taxes style can stop. I mean, maybe what he'll do is he might sacrifice the Ranger here during my upkeep so that we can't, or draw step, upkeep or draw step, so that we can't just cast this Terminus. That's very possibly what our opponent's going to do. We'll see if he sees that line. Because that does befuddle us, and I have to like block with Colonnade or something bad. So he's going to take out the Chalice. We'll see if he sees that line to sacrifice the Ranger. I mean, if he does, then we have to block Shadow with Colonnade. Like, we still have a line, but... Oh, wow, he's going to let me do it. Okay. He could have used the Ranger. We can ask him after the game if he wants to chat. Maybe not. I mean, we did do the good luck, have fun. So maybe... I would absolutely sacrifice my 3-drop 3/3 there to preserve my Shadow and my other thing for a turn, and then force me to like block with Colonnade, and like all sorts of bad things happen. Like all of a sudden, like if he does have a removal spell, it's turned on because he had removed the Chalice. I'm okay with this though, chat. I mean, yeah, he wasn't using the. I think I would make that play personally. Okay, he's gonna unearth the Shadow. We can purge it. It's fine. Oh, he cycled unearth. Oh yeah, because we Terminused. Yeah. So he didn't actually have something to reanimate. See, like, they lightly use their graveyard. Like, there's a consideration for Rest in Peace, but they only lightly use their graveyard. They're not all in. Especially because, like, there's some dedicated graveyard decks in the format right now. So, like, I respect these Shadow decks, like, not going all in on their respective... Okay, so he's at 6, but we know the Colonnade's probably checked. He's got 4 cards, so I would assume that the Colonnade is checked. It's tempted to, like, hit him. But I probably just cycle this Sandbar to get things going this turn. Okay, there's a Hieroglyphic we can do during his turn. So let's play Field, and let's just say go. So we're going to start to pull ahead in cards is the plan. Unearth is very good. This card is very, very good. There are all sorts of cool things you can do with this card in Modern. People are still kind of scratching the surface. I think some other stuff though has to like stop being a thing in the format for like some of these unearthed decks to really shine. To be honest, but I like the Mardu Shadow a lot. Like I actually own a lot of the pieces and paper to play a deck like this. I mean, certainly I could play this on stream for you guys. I do think these decks are cool. Okay, so we just let him take a look at the hand. Like if he takes Purge, fine, I still get to Illumination. If he takes Illumination, I Purge the Sculler to get this back. It's like, okay. We still get to do the thing that we want to do. I do have enough mana to field. We could try to start cutting him on colors. I also respect this as just a shuffler for Jace. Um, interesting thought. What I want to do with the field. I think thinning is good too, though. At this point, like it only takes a couple fields for me to cut him on red, and then that would stop him from like dredging the shenanigans to hit like a later Chalice. Shenanigans is such a solid sideboard card. It really, really is. I've liked this in a lot of my red sideboard cards because like if you're up against a deck with artifacts, it's nice to be able to tag and continue to tag um, these things. All right, so Chalice, but I don't want to play the Chalice till we cut him on the color. Okay, so we probably just D-sphere the Scholar since I'm at 6. Now, granted, he's at 6, right? So every time I place the Chalice, like I get an opportunity to put him really, really close to dead, right? Something else to think about. Um, because again, I assume the hand is like a path. He probably cut on his Fatal Pushes. It's probably like a path to exile here, which again I could kind of maneuver with the Chalice because he doesn't, this is sorcery speed. But let's go ahead and remove the threat, get back the Celestial Purge. And I'm not going to play the Chalice into this shenanigans. I know I might lose the Chalice though to a hand hate spell, but that's kind of the price we pay. Or I guess he just takes the Celestial Purge. Yeah, but if you Chalice, you stun his mana and break a draw. So you think it's worth it because he's tempted to. That's reasonable. That's reasonable. Okay, so you think put the Chalice on 1 because even though he still has red mana, there's no guarantee I'm going to find another Field of Ruin this game. Because he'll be tempted to dredge the shenanigans, is what you mean. Oh, okay. So we're actually going to Purge here. Because there's nothing else for. So if you do it in this order, by the way, you need to be careful when it comes to effects like Sculler, because if there was a card in my hand, he gets to permanently exile it to the trigger. Because yeah, this trigger happens, the return happens first, then the steal something forever. Well, it becomes a steal something forever. There's cool things people have messed around with Sculler and like Death and Taxes and stuff, like Eldrazi and Taxes, Shells. Anyway, but we got nothing, so might as well just trade our 2 mana removal for his 2/2. But anyway, yeah, good to see you, Dystar. So he does dredge, he does blow up the Chalice, but he's got nothing. I'm assuming again it's removal for this Colonnade, so we don't want to quite do that just yet. Um, we've got more than enough mana to cast a Terminus should we draw it. Let's just go ahead and like there's like a lot of spells that we can hit here that we can just drop like Jace. Okay, we did find a Terminus. Before I play my land drop, because we might hit a fetch land, let's Jace Storm. Oops, cancel. I want to Jace Storm, especially since there's a Terminus in my hand. It's very tempting to do that. Interesting. Okay. So you could protect the Chalice. Could just tuck the land, honestly. And we're not quite ready to Terminus, although he probably has to deploy a threat next turn. So I'm actually fine just putting that on top. Actually, I am going to play this island, I think. Or maybe I don't. One, two, three, one, two, three. You know, I am going to play it. I think when it comes to Jace the Mind Sculptor, it's very tempting to hold lands because of the potential to fetch. But we got three cards. I think playing the island is fine. Like, might let me do some maneuvering with the colonnade like we did last game. So he's not going to play a threat. We're going to Jace Storm again. No shuffle effect. Let's put that on top. Then this. Again, I don't want to just let this. Now again, we're operating on the much higher side of our deck now. I mean, like CMC2, what does that even turn off? Well, it turns off Wear and it turns off Shenanigans. I mean, we're gonna start to pull ahead with Jace in a moment here. I mean, he's at 6. Couldn't I just put the Chalice, hit him with the Colonnade? That's really true. Like, yeah, it's tempting to do kind of these ballsy plays because we know the Colonnade attack is good while this is in play, so we can kind of do that a couple times. We just win. Ooh, he does have a 2 mana removal spell for my Colonnade, or a 3 mana. Is this like Colligan's Command? This is like Colligan's Command. Oh, okay, Dismember. That's fine. That's not something we're gonna get around with Chalice set to 1. The Singleton. It might just be like a 1 or 2 of this Dismember. I mean, sure, that trick worked game 1 where we were just like, okay, put Chalice on 1, kill you with Colonnade. But did not work this time. And I've only got a couple Colonnades in my list, which is on the low side, honestly, for like a blue-white control. Usually you see 2 to 3. I mean, you usually see 3, maybe even 4. But I've got a lot of Planeswalkers. And like honestly, a lot of the time the Chalices lock up a lot of the removal that would be used anyway. I kind of just want to start Fate Sealing this guy. It's like our hand is gas. We got coming up. Bottom that. Just go for a Jace ult. He failed to find. Was it a misclick? What, on the Bloodstain Mire? He might not have had another land because we already blew up the Blood Crypt. Bottom. I don't really feel inclined to play the Gemstone. I mean, I think we've got this pretty locked up, honestly. Like, we J stormed a few times and we pulled ahead in cards, and now we're just Fate Sealing him off of some of the remainder of threats he might have. Cycles Unearth. Okay. And like it's hard for these shadow decks. I mean, I've played shadow a lot myself. It's hard for these shadow decks, honestly, to. I'm actually going to do a J Storm into field here. Some of our hand is crappy. And I like the prospect of cutting him off of this Sacred Foundry. Yeah, I actually don't have another basic to find myself, actually. Interestingly enough. But like they just kind of run out of I like I said, I've played Shadow before, but like once your like blue-eyed opponent answers your threats, they just kind of get to do whatever they want with you. I have been on the receiving end of like blue-white X control style decks as a Shadow player, so I feel his pain. I know what that's like. I might just timely. I know we don't gain the life, but while he has a threat, I might just timely. I think that's going to kill slightly faster. And like I don't have to pop this engineered explosives yet. You can have that. Actually, I should play the Field of Ruin because I can cut him off more mana. And grab another one of these Godless Shrines. It cuts him off the 3 mana guy. Mm-hmm. Do it during his draw step. He doesn't have any more basics. It doesn't really matter when I do it at this point. But yes, if there were things for him to find, that is the better spot to field. Oh, you fate sealed. Oh, I did fate seal. You're right. Crap. Oh, did he find that? Did he just grab this basic planes? He did just search for this, right? Or am I missing something? You're right. I fate sealed, so it did matter when I fielded. No, he killed my soldiers. But it's like it feels so bad to keep a lot of these spells in against blue white. You know, like path and push, doesn't it? Doesn't it feel kind of bad to do? I don't even know if I want to pop the explosives. I'm tempted to like, nah, we should keep the soldier. Nah, we'll blow it up. Not playing around. Yep. Oh, trust me, chat. We could still lose this. The thing is he's only got 5 minutes on the clock, so it's one of those. It doesn't really matter. Scenarios, journey. All right. So, what you got going on? Sorry, soldier. I think we're just terminusing. Like the Jace is so close to ultimate. Like it's just you just protect this. Goes to 2. Clock is in the red. For what it's worth, I do really like this deck. I think Chalice is strong right now. I think Terminus is a strong option, and this deck does kind of beautifully blend both of those cards. But it's not perfect, and there's not enough people testing it to really, I think, do what it needs to. But oh, Gear Hulk, that's fun. All right, what do you got? Bottom. All right, he needs Vindicate off the top. Now the Vindicate that these Mardu Shadow decks will sometimes play out of the sideboard is 3 mana. It's the one with Sorin on it. It's like Anguished Unmaking or whatever. But that would kill him. Good games. Good luck with the rest of your league. He may not still be there for me to... We'll see if he answers my messages. Maybe we can ask him about that one turn where he could have sacrificed the Ranger to still potentially get in with the Sculler in the Shadow. That was game 1. Well, yeah, exactly. Unmaking would kill him there. He's a 2. Like as it resolved, like as he removed Jace, he would die. He could take Jace with him, I guess, in theory. All right, so let's queue up for another game. No, I really like this deck. Oh, we can't see all the sideboard cards. Actually, let's just do this. You're not missing too much. There we go. No, I don't want to sit here and speaking the praises of this deck. I like it. It's a very different take on blue white. You've got a lot of late game power. Not that it completely ignores the early game. If anything, I think that's where it's it has some weaknesses, arguably. But like Chalice can kind of in the same way can kind of smooth over some of that early game. So like for example, I don't know if I would keep this hand. Like this hand's very much on the back foot. Although we're on the play, it's got a counter spell, and we could go like Fountain, Flooded Strand. And we have the knot. I'll try it. I have no idea what my opponent's on over there. So if we're up against something where we're really hoping we can find a Chalice or a Terminus, those are all four ofs, and we can hopefully find them. Oh, Escape Shift or Titan Shift. Okay. Field is reasonable in this matchup if he plays out of Valakut early. I've been seeing people play Escape Shift a little bit here and there. What do we have for this matchup? Flusterstorm. Okay, it just looks like Titan Shift to me. Now, and this is a matchup where obviously Terminus isn't as exciting. I do want to. If I had like Mana Leak here, I absolutely would Mana Leak the search, probably. But Bloodbraid, okay. Interesting. I'm just thinning. I mean, maybe I should even cycle the hieroglyphic, although that seems strange. Oh, cryptic, sweet. Just trying to get in with his Bloodbraid. I probably shouldn't spend these fields though, because of him naturally drawing Escape Shift. That's true. I shouldn't. I don't think I should have spent that first Field of Ruin. Another cryptic. Okay. No, I mean the Bloodbraid pressure is really real. I mean, I guess I could go Vista D Sphere, as inefficient as that feels, because I still have Logic Knot for 4. Logic for 4. Yeah. I mean, I have to. I can't ignore the Bloodbraid forever. So as awkward as that feels, this Logic Knot kind of lets me do this play. Go get an island. Madcap. I think this is fine because I mean it's very tempting to counter it anyway. I think we could theoretically let it resolve because I'm assuming it's just Empyrean, Platinum Empyrean. We will counter though. Leave him with the illusion of Snapcaster Mage by leaving the Illumination. It's fine. Chalice. Chalice on 1 is weak in this matchup. He's got some 2-drops. They don't really matter. I mean, there might be some Lightning Bolts over there. Sometimes you'll see Bolt. I don't really want to set Chalice to 2. I guess setting Chalice 2 just turns off Farseek. It's not really that big of a deal. So we probably cut Chalice in this match. But I've even seen Chalice out of some of these decks, honestly. It's relatively common. Looks like prime time. Can't quite Jace and Cryptic. Close though. See, now I'm kind of sad that I spent the. This is probably another Bloodbraid Elf. What do you got? See, I feel like Platinum Empyrean I could let go because I can just Jace bounce it. I think this is fine. I don't think I really worry about this card. I could even just cast out the Empyrean Sandbar. So if I go to Jace here, I could just Jace bounce the Empyrean, and then I also have the Jace in play with Cryptic behind it. I think I'm going to Jace bounce it, actually. And we know that the Jace is safe from Lightning Bolt if there was one he's drawn, because of the Chalice on one. Scape Shift. So he might have double Scape Shift over there, actually. That would kill us here. We'll have to go to another game. Yeah, that wins. Happens. We have a much better game post board. I mean, again, like this matchup does seem tough, just due to the dynamics of the match. What do we spend the other Cryptic on? Titan? No, I think that was a worthy target. All right. Yay, modern. It looked like we were doing okay there, but like we kind of drew some garbage at the end. So hopefully getting some of these cards in is going to help us tremendously. Queller hits Scape Shift. I do not like Chalice. I may leave in one if we have room for it. Let's play the Fluster. Let's play the Veto. Ashiok is good. Do the search. Other than that, our sideboard doesn't really offer a whole lot for us. Timely actually is kind of nice when it comes to the Blood Braids. I don't really want a lot of these answers here. Manalik gets really, really weak in this matchup, but you'd be surprised how often like they'll play into it. I think D-Sphere is a bit weak. Cast Out at least is instant speed. Cycler for Terminus. We probably do need to keep in the Terminus and the Settle. So where am I going to cut? Actually, I need 3 more to come back in, actually. Explosives can go. It's not going to do what we want it to do. Yeah, I kind of like these timelies because like Bloodbraid is kind of like we need to kind of undo some of the work that card can do on blue-white decks like ours. I like Wind's flexibility. I don't like the fact that it like both Declaration and Winds, like the side effects of what these cards do are pretty bad for us. Maybe I'd even play Gearhulk. So if he just kind of has a sideboard plan to kind of play like a bunch of Baloths and Tireless Trackers and stuff, like Gearhulk seems kind of nice. Do kind of like Gearhulk. And then we could play Baneslayer. I mean, it might just be nice to get all these big boom booms in and maybe cut one other card. Thirst is a lot weaker. There we go. Forgot to cut Thirst. When we cut this many artifacts, you cut Thirst. Easy. Easy. Let's give that a try. So we do some pretty heavy sideboarding for that. I mean, granted, we could have easily seen like a Force of Negation or whatever. Speaking of which, 3 lands, Force, but it's a Terminus hand. I'm actually gonna mulligan that. This is better in some respects, and I think I'm gonna tuck this. Although these are pretty slow for us. Honestly, maybe I should just tuck one of the sandbars. It's tempting to keep these, but like it really slows my hand down. I'm gonna tuck one of them. I think that's like a really greedy thing to do. Keep the second sandbar. Jeez. Hey. Hey there, friend. I don't think I play out the sandbar, but maybe I do. Just to make sure we Jace on time. We'll probably see another land before then. Speaking of which, why don't we just cycle some of this stuff now? Not the illumination, I think just that's fine. Alright, so we could set Chalice to 1 like we had planned. There are a couple cards that this will answer, potentially. I only left in a singleton. Bolt. Speaking of which, that's a bolt that would have hit Jace, probably, later. So it hits us instead. He's not doing much of anything over there. I kind of want to just play Jace and Fate Seal because of Bloodbraid Elf. I'm actually going to Fate Seal us. Do we want that 5th land? Not really. I'm going to bottom. Just without a respect to Bloodbraid, I'm going to Jace Fate Steel. Looks like Bailoff. Oh, Acid Moss. Okay. Well, we could Jace Storm into land drop, potentially. We did not. That is not good. We are in trouble now, chat. I do have Field of Ruin, though. So what we can do is, as much as it pains me to put the Fairy and Gear Hulk away, we can field and force. Because like our problem isn't the number of cards I have. Our problem is potentially another Acid Moss. All right, so let's. Yeah. Okay. So we need to field and we need to. Force. White does matter, but I have a Cryptic in my hand, so let's take Island. Kind of awkward that we need to spend it that way, but I just have to see new cards. We have to hit this land drop here because I think it's going to be a really important turn to veto or Cryptic. So Jace, don't fail us now. Okay, we found 4th land. Excellent. It's Acid Mosses, man. This is going to be close, guys. This is going to be a little tight. This is going to be a little bit on the tight side. For sure we pull this off. I don't like playing against the shift decks with blue-white. I'm going to spend a Cryptic here even though we could veto the Chandra. Okay, so we're starting to pull ahead. We'll keep using Jace to hopefully hit land drops. Which we did. There's Ashiok. Now, Ashiok is interesting because if I have enough blue, which I barely do, to also veto, we could do that play. Not quite ready for you, Lyra. But I wouldn't be able to stop Titan, but he's not going to Titan while there's an Ashiok in play. Yeah, I think that's fine. Ashiok with veto behind it. Like he's not going to play. He's likely not to play a Titan without the search on it. I mean, he's not going to play Escape Shift either. So, I mean, I guess he could play. There's some things he could play, but most of the things he could play here we can answer with. Oh, he is just going to play Titan. Okay, but it's not going to search. So you have a 6/6. Guess that's fine. Terminus? No? Oh, we knew it was a hieroglyphic. So we could play Lyra. Lyra doesn't quite beat Titan. Jace just bounces Titan. So, but we can still draw cards if he doesn't do anything with the hieroglyphics. So I think we're in a fine spot. I would have liked to have made a land drop that turn, but okay. I think I'd rather just draw 2 cards. There we go. Now, I don't plan to do that forever, chat, to just Jace minus, but our hand is good, so I think it's fine. Yeah, Ashiok is a spicy one to have against them. Timely. Queller. Jace is so nuts. The fact that it can just, yeah. So we still have Veto and we're playing Lyra. I think that's fine. I mean, his opponent just relegating to, yep, I'm dead. Is that what's happening here? The fairy. Kind of just doing our thing. Wow, double terminus. I don't know if we want those since we're winning on board. Yeah, Ashiok can be very good in matchups like this. Okay, so he showed me Bolt. That doesn't mean that I want a bunch of chalices. I think the first chalice is really solid, and I think extra chalices I'll feel really bad about in this matchup. So I think the singleton is fine. And then if he really wants to bring in artifact removal for it, he can, but it's like it's not a central piece to this matchup, you know. Um I don't really like this hand, but we're on the draw. It might come together. I'm a little worried about the double tap land, but we're on the draw, so we'll give it a shot. My hope is that the Mana Leak and the Logic Knot are online in time for some of these scary things. We're still going to lead Colonnade, even though I'll probably end up playing one of these other sandbars, maybe turn 3. Turn 2, we want to play this Strand to turn these on, but the and I think against blue-white, they bring in a lot of their sideboard and they'll cut a reasonable amount of their ramp spells because the deck's just naturally going to make land drops against us. So something to think about. I think I might cycle this sandbar, one of the sandbars, because I'd rather have a land. Oh, okay, we might not get that choice. I probably should still just play this sandbar. Glacial can be my turn 4 land. Alright, so we got Logic for 2, Mana Leak for 3. Just leak this. Get out of here with you, trackers. I don't think I want to drop a Planeswalker. I think I want to draw cards or counter something scary. This is Madcap. I probably let it go. That I do care about. I think just to maximize, I'm going to actually Cryptic this. Because there might come a time where we can sneak a Planeswalker and have logic behind it, like right here. 1, 2, 3, 4. So, okay, if I Narset we'll have logic behind her for 4. I think that's good enough. Yeah, it should be. And what are we looking for? Ooh, Ashiok. I mean, yes, the veto's tempting, but Ashiok is strong in this matchup, as you saw last game. Bolt's my Nurse it. It's fine. Happens. I'm actually going to cycle this cast out. Just maybe a mistake. Oh, now we draw the Chalice. That's unfortunate. Okay, so let's Ashiok. With logic for 6. What's the other benefit to cycling here? Oh, okay. Plays a Steve. You got it? I'm not going to cycle this elimination. Oh, maybe I should have because I just drew another one. This seems like a weak play, I know, but I'm kind of trying to bait him into this Queller or this Logic Knot. And like now, the Queller is protected from Bolt. Not Fry, though. Shoo. This guy's got Fry. And the Queller can block the Steve. Just a matter of... I'm going to cycle one of these. Flusterstorm still works despite Chalice in 1. It's kind of a neat little wombo. Okay, so we could Jace and have logic behind him. I think we're going to do it. His opponent's only got a couple cards. I'm going to Fate Seal myself because the opponent could shuffle with Snake Buddy. Terminus. I think Jace is going to cause the opponent to feel like he needs to put a threat on the table. I'm going to say no. We're going to go ahead and draw that Terminus. And I could cycle into that Terminus with the Hieroglyphic if we want to. So we're kind of setting it up, so to speak. Depends on what he does here, though. Is this just double Scape Shift again? You kidding me? I would need one more mana here to beat double Scape Shift. I would need... Well, yeah, I would have needed one more mana to beat double Scape Shift. It happens. Not worried about it. And double Scape Shift is honestly a lot of the time the way that these blue-white decks lose this matchup. It's nothing new under the sun. Like, I would have needed one of those turns where we missed a land drop. I don't remember which turn it was. We missed a land drop one of our turns of the game. If we had made a land drop every turn or almost every turn, I think we missed twice, right? Because this is turn 9, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I missed 2 to 3 land drops that we normally would make. We'll die here and I'll see what our next draw was. If our next draw was land, then maybe I should have Jace Drew. Oh, it's not going to let us see what our next card is. If our next card was land, I should have Jace Stormed instead of... Because then I would have had a land drop and we would have had the Flusterstorm for the second Scape Shift. It's a close matchup. I don't mind how that went. It definitely looked like we could have won. Opponent needed kind of the perfect... I mean, he had like literal Fry, right? I mean... Do we beat the Scape Shift player that seems like he despises playing against blue-white decks so much that he takes up sideboard slots to play literal Fry? For those of you that don't know what that card does, it is very specific card. I think the answer is no. We don't beat the opponent that is spending one or more sideboard slots on cards like Fry. We don't. That's okay. Yeah, you always run into that one player that no matter what they're playing, they like spend sideboard slots on things like blue-white. Spider Space. We will keep this. This is awkward. This hand doesn't do a lot. I'm gonna mulligan. This hand does less. This hand does less. Well, guess we lose. I should have kept the opening hand, I guess. The opening hand was what? It was a 6 lander with like one other card. He's playing Eldrazi in Texas. I guess the hope is that we find a plains or an island. This is untapped. That's okay. So we lose game one to just mulligan hell, but maybe we'll pick up game two or three. Mind discarding 3 cards for me. We'll just move on. I think that opener might have come together, the 6 land opener, but like I feel like it's really tough to keep that hand. All right, anyway, we cut the chalices in this matchup. Creatures come in. Counter Magic's relatively weak. I kind of want to make that swap. I like the second timely. I don't mind Spell Queller either. Like even Click will trade with some of their threats, some of his threats. I think the first Chalice is fine. Other than that, I don't really want anything. I mean, we know he's going to have Aether Vial. Do we want to play Stony or some number of Stony just to turn them off? Stony doesn't affect the Chalice whatsoever. He's going to be playing stuff that generates clues. He's going to be playing just me knowing Spider Space. Like he's going to be playing some stuff that Stony Silence probably does turn off. Yeah, we can try that. I mean, you could argue that explosives is still reasonable, but if I'm bringing in Stonies, no desire there. All right, so let's see if we can get there this time. Hey, it has lands. Keep it. I mean, that's going to happen to you at least once during any big tournament or league. You're gonna have a bad time at some point. You're just hastily getting her into play. Okay. Hasty Thalia. I'll probably just cycle this Illumination. So I can Queller to block Thalia. I do think that's what this game looks to be about. Yeah, Displacer. Okay. I think I'm gonna go with Island actually, but there's merit to going with a different. Um, gonna play Timely. Like both of these turns, if he had another Ghost Quarter, it was strip mine. So, oh, is this Smasher? Ooh, okay. Okay, so I can declaration the Smasher by discarding like Narset or something that's weak. I mean, honestly, Cryptic even maybe. I think honestly I might just ditch Narset. Well, no, Cryptic we don't have another blue source for, so I think that's merited. I don't like giving him the opportunity to lean in us off of another land drop. Like if I Nars, I just don't think we can afford to lose a. So let's just hold up either cycling the cast out or casting it. Because like getting one of these threats into play probably seals the deal for us. Probably. I might even lead on Lyra, although there's potentially something like Path over there. This is like a neat little trick. That works. Well, that's unfortunate for us. All right, land drop. Yeah, that is a neat little trick because it's a new instance of Arbiter. Might as well block them both because he's just going to blink them. Looking for white source, right? Now, it might still be correct for me to field to get the white source. Or what am I doing? He's got Arbiter in play. I'm just being an idiot. I'm just throwing it away. I was going to cycle the sandbar. I don't know why I was thinking. I think me thinking about, okay, do I cycle this or do I wait till next turn and just play the sandbar, but I need a white source for the Lyra or the Gear Hulk. I mean, I just threw away a mana source here, which is brutal. So he'll still go get a land. Yep. Yeah, so if we'd cycle the sandbar, we would have found another sandbar. Cryptic. Okay, so if I hadn't made that misplay, would we play? Would we be in a less crappy spot? The answer is no. That's unfortunate, chat. I didn't mean to throw away our Field of Ruin. Hmm. Now, case in point, the Gear Hulk, by the way, really is just a 4/5 vigilant due to the honor guard. Something also to think about. I mean, I was leaning on the side of maybe Lyra, but I don't know. I don't think I'm being. I don't think I'm making quick judgments just due to how frustrated I was from game one, but maybe I am. So I made a couple questionable plays. Good to see you too, Grandpa. No, I can't go to Vegas this year. I cannot go. I think I should honestly lead on the Gear Hulk though. I'm a little worried that he does have Path as one of his remaining cards. Oh, true. He can just displace. Yeah, honestly, he could just displace Lyra too. Maybe I should have sat on Cryptic. One, one, two, three, four, five, six. If he has another Smasher, we die here. Yeah, no, the Displacer's very good. Like if I played Lyra, Path or no Path, the Displacer he has two activations of. How am I liking Chalice so far? Has it performed well? Not for me today, Walled Gardens. Last time we took it out for a league, we went 3-2, which honestly, playing a fair deck, playing blue white, I think is reasonable. You're welcome to make you're welcome to make changes. This is what I've been liking as far as build wise. These I'm just trying to figure out which one of the three I like the most because I think the deck does want 2 to 3 2 mana answers. I like Wind's flexibility. I will say that. Like I'm tempted to just play the play set of Winds again. We tried that before because it doubles as a sweeper in the late game. Um, we were testing some of the others. I mean, I think this has performed well enough that I wouldn't mind just playing three of that. But anyway, so what do we do? Like we kind of have to Cryptic. It's interesting that he lets us attack, but he can just displace them after we declare attackers. Yeah, we'll have to kind of orchestrate Cryptic into. I mean, we might just have to sweep this board. I hate to say it. Like even though like the creatures seem kind of innocuous and weak, the creatures he has in play. Gosh, how well would we be doing right now if I hadn't punted and thrown away one of our Field of Ruins? We'd be doing a lot better. I think we'd be doing quite a bit better. Like here, if I find Terminus, I can't even. Um, it's gonna dismember his honor guard. I'm with you. Ooh, spicy. So he's gonna have me quell my own Cryptic. Spicy, spicy. I do wish we could have had more of a real game. I wish we had a game three or game one. Just kidding. Enjoy the rest of your league. Like we didn't really like game two was really the only match that we kind of got to play, but that's okay. I mean, I can't use that as an excuse because I did make a clear misplay game two. But game one, if you're just getting here, we mulled to four. The seven was I think 6 lands and 1 card. I don't remember what the spell was. And then the mulligan to 6 was a no lander. 5 was maybe like a 1 lander. So we went with a 4. I think the 4 was also a 1 or a 2 lander. So which is really, I mean, like when you play these blue white decks that have like 25, 26 land, this current configuration is 26 lands. Um, you don't see that a lot where you just can't keep on 6 or 7 or 5. I mean, it's pretty crazy. I mean, you can make the argument, that blue white can come back from an opener of like basically all lands, but you probably keep this in the dark. A couple answers, well, a bunch of answers. I mean, again, it's tempting to mulligan these sevens that have a terminus because we get to just kind of tuck it back in, but um, yeah, let's keep this hand. Yeah, I mean, you stumble on your mana, right? Or you mulligan too much against these Thoughtseize decks, or what Spider Space likes to play, these kind of weird pseudo Death and Taxes decks. Oh, Chalice is very good in this matchup. It is quite good in this matchup. You set Chalice to 1 and 2 against Burn, and you pretty much win. Not entirely, but it's pretty good. Him leading on Lava Spike makes me think his hand doesn't have Swiss Spear or Goblin Guy. It's probably Eidolon here. And Eidolon, you'd much rather answer with Terminus. I don't really want to wins this, but I'm going to take the damage from it anyway. Unless we want to sit for a turn, like take 2 from it and then settle it. That seems wrong. I think I should just cast out. Or Winds of Abandon, I mean. But yeah, I think that's a change I've been thinking about moving forward. I haven't been that impressed with all these. I do kind of like, though, the split of. I like kind of the Singleton Declaration in Stone. Because it really shines, especially if we get to bring in like Stonies. I think I might make that change. We also don't have the. Oh no, we do have a second white source. We have two fountains. So if he has like another Eidolon, I get to settle and not take damage this time. Yeah, Skewer does hit, unfortunately. So we need to find like a Jace stat. Jace, I mean, pretty much any Planeswalker at this point would be really good for us. So we're gonna keep taking damage off things like Skewer, things like Rift Bolt. I mean, counter spells as well. Like Cryptic would be insane at this point. So we might still pull this off, chat. This is like Lighting Helix, Boros Charm. Okay. I mean, he might have a lot of his 2-drop spells here, so might need to really draw live. I'm at 6. Yep. So we'll cut him on white. That turns off Boros Charm. That turns off Helix, at least. Vista, not really what I want to see. Looks like he has a 3 mana spell, but it's probably the Exile 2 off the top. So probably Sandbar Cycle here, just looking for something more to do than just hit him with Colonnade. I guess I'm just hitting him with Colonnade. Really wish I had something a little stronger than that to do. Ooh, he has another Foundry. Oh yeah, 2 Foundries is actually pretty normal. Never mind. Oh, I also, yeah, turned on his Searing Blazes. Oh, maybe that's what his hand was. Maybe the colonnade attack was completely wrong. Yeah, his hand was double blaze. Okay. I was sitting there thinking like his hand was a bunch of one drops and I just needed to get going. Oh yeah, we were probably losing this anyhow. Look at that. Our next, well, our set 4 cards from then. All right, so Burn's pretty standard sideboard plan. I like the Angels. I like Timely and the Purges to come in, and Veto and Fluster can actually exchange relatively efficiently. Then you start thinking about things like Queller. You cut the Settle. You cut the Cast Out. Um, like just because we like cyclers because of the Terminus doesn't mean we want this. Um, Big Teferi gets cut. The Time Raveler Teferi gets cut, I think. And then we start slimming on these. I don't think you cut all of them though, but like I'm looking and I'm thinking maybe I do. Actually, I think Thirst is too slow. Just like in my mind, like the same kind of deal with some of these Teferis, the Thirst for Knowledge. We'll cut a few of these. Because you don't really have a lot of time, obviously, against Burn to kind of sit there and cycle these things. I do walled gardens, especially since we're playing the playset of Chalice in this build. I've played 3 of Chalice before in these builds, but I went ahead and I just went ahead and committed to the playset. This hand's not the most wonderful against something like Burn, but yeah, I'm gonna mulligan. I think this is a little bit better? Question mark? I guess it is, relatively speaking. Although maybe I should have kept that prismatic because of Logic Knot. That's true. Over the island. Like, sure, taking damage, like a pain land there does feel kind of bad, but. So yeah, in the end, we actually only turned off 1 spell from our opponent with that Chalice, right? Because in the end, his hand was 3 cards, and he double Searing Blazed my Colonnade attack. So actually, we were good to go if we just sat back, maybe. And I should have thought about that. I'm like, well, if he's not, I didn't think about the fact that, well, if he's not casting spells, actually, I should have maybe, well, I couldn't logic the guide because we didn't go with the, all right, so we see Declaration in Stone. I actually like drawing Declaration in Stone here. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to cycle before this other Goblin Guide trigger happens. We got a Lyra Dawnbringer. As good as she is, like, we need lands. But we get to stone these Goblin Guides, and sure, like, he gets to, like, they're going to be clues, but I think that's moot. I think that's fine to just take care of them both. Yeah, I like some number of Declaration. I think the split should be between like decks and wins, I think. And maybe since I mean we're such a slow and grindy deck, maybe you even favor Declaration because there's a lot of decks in the meta that they have so much redundancy, right? I mean you could hit like double Phoenix with this or triple Phoenix. You know, you could hit in this case we're gonna hit double Goblin Guide and he doesn't really get to draw those cards until a later date. I think I'm actually gonna play the Sandbar. Like Burn's such an efficient deck, they don't really want to be sitting back on these clues. A lot of decks like don't. Hogak, for example, has a lot of redundancy. You might be able to tag like a couple of Vengevines with it. So I mean, maybe the meta's in a spot where Declaration is maybe where we lean more. I don't know. It's a good question. But yeah, I'm not sure. I think this spot wants to be like 2 to 3 or maybe even 4 copies of like a 2 mana answer. This is like Lava Spike into Skewer. What do you got? Yep. Okay. We probably spell quell pretty much anything he plays here. Narset's gonna be interesting here. I mean, again, maybe I'm supposed to do uh, Queller Logic Knot. Because I could be dead to like double Boros Charm. Helix, Helix me. Well, it doesn't kill us, but alright, I'll bite. Nah, I think we just lost this matchup, and that's okay. Wait, why is it 2? Interesting. Oh, because I tapped white. That's why. Blue, please. Logic. I was trying to figure out what was going on there, because I accidentally floated a white mana. Like, this would be a spot where I would need, like, exactly force off that Narset. Because opponent's making it seem like they've got double 1 mana or Boros Charm. So like, I didn't have to play Narset. I guess I could have sat on Queller and Logic Knot. I do like this burn matchup though with the chalices. I do like. I'd rather play this configuration of blue white against burn than normal blue white, but that doesn't mean you're gonna get there. All right, so let's pick up this last win. This is unfortunately a similar record to what we had last league, right? I think last league I played Hogak twice. Uh, maybe no, it wasn't burn. We played against the mono red prowess deck. So it was like mono red prowess, Hogak, Hogak, something else. And I think we went 1-1 against Hogak. I think we actually died against the mono red prowess. Hey, what's up, Iron Blood? But I do really like this configuration. I don't think it's perfect, and I think a lot of that has nothing to do with the archetype. Has nothing to do with playing a Chalice of the Void style of blue white. I think it has everything to do with the fact that this archetype doesn't have enough people testing it. And I'm not a blue white expert myself. I like dabbling in a lot of different decks, and I think I've talked to Evan about this too briefly. I think that this is the kind of deck that deserves like someone to buy into it in paper, perhaps, or someone to take up the mantle of grinding it on Moto and just grind incessantly. And it would be obviously at first, just like any fair deck in modern, it'd be a net loss at first until you figure out how this deck really does fit into the metagame. But I don't think it necessarily involves cutting the chalices or even the I mean, maybe the terminus isn't central to the deck either. We've thought about doing like just like a Supreme Verdict style. Oh boy, mulligan, mulligan. Can we keep here? I guess we have to. So let's put back the cryptic and the cast out. Man, these mulligans have been pretty brutal towards the end of this league. Well, like one drops, I'm okay playing. I'm okay playing the cyclers. We do have technical one drops, tapped lands, terminus, cyclers. Um, these are all things. These are one drops I'm okay with. Flusterstorm is also something I could maybe go heavier on out of the sideboard. Would make matchups like burn maybe a little bit easier if you want to play more of this. Helpful against, I guess, the Phoenix decks or Storm or whatever. If you want more cheap interaction, this works just fine despite how heavy we are on Chalice. This works just fine. So there are some one drops you can get away with in the deck. That's kind of why we have like kind of this interesting setup. That explains. And the Lonely Sandbar was actually the reason why I dusted off the deck in the first place, Iron Blood. I get it, they don't interact with the board. Oh, that's true. Oh, rock. Oh man. I'm assuming I mean we're 1-3, so I'm assuming this poor rock player is a similar in a similar spot. I'm telling you, it's a tough world to be playing fair decks right now. He just looks like rock or maybe Jund. It's a tough world for fair decks right now. I enjoy playing fair decks every once in a while though, so it's kind of fun to try to be the underdog. But yeah, Lonely is great. Hey, what's up, Park Trap? Sure. I'm gonna take Narset. I don't even think I want to cycle this. I think I want to try to hold this guy to draw two off of. Yeah, Sandbar has really been sweet. Like this printing has been really really sweet. I wonder if we should maybe also consider um, the white. Uh, I'll think of it. The white cycler over like the cast out. I mean, like, would you ever play 27 lands in a blue white control deck? I wonder if maybe that'd be better than the cast out. You know, what is the name of that one? I wonder if that'd be. I like the hieroglyphic illuminations a lot, but like this one's been awkward. Drifting Meadow, step something. Oh, quantity zero. Been floating around. What is that? The ghost reference? Here we go. Secluded step. That might be better than the cast out. I haven't been like terribly pleased with the cast out. Like I prefer the detention sphere most of the time. So this might be like another little change I might make. Just play the 27th land. Like for whatever reason, we're getting a little bit screwed on our mana. Oh, this is like the perfect draw for Jund against us. Like we mulligan a bunch. Uh, Opponent gets to. Um, oh yeah, we're losing this. That's okay. That's exactly what they want to do against blue white. They want to go like cup, some amount of hand hate, pull us apart. I mean, he didn't even need to discard two of our cards. We did that ourselves with our mulligan. So we're gonna lose to this Liliana. Yep. The matchup gets a little better after board because we have like Celestial Purge and such. It sucks that he knows about the Chalice though. The only way we get there is if he doesn't have a threat, which he does. And I can get that fourth land drop to Hyro. Yeah. Well, the fourth land drop was coming. All right. At least we got put out of our misery pretty easily. So in this matchup, like the threats are good. I like the purges a lot. You'd be surprised that veto might actually be something we consider. Okay, so things that I'd like to cut though. Um, we can't 2-for-1 ourselves. It's not really an option. Timely, I don't think does enough a lot of the time. We could try the deck now without cast out, because I haven't been that pleased with it. I don't hate the card, but I also think maybe Secluded Step is going to do its job better. Let's play the girls. Um, Declaration Stone is not really an option for this. The clues are just, it's too, as much as it's important to like answer things like Confidant and stuff. I mean, maybe we still play it. Tireless Tracker. Yeah, Purges also hit Confidant and Lily. Like the counter magic can be really weak against them, but like once they know about it, they can play around it. That's kind of my issue with like the Mana Leak and the Logic Knot spot. I mean, same with Veto. Whereas like um, some of these other options might be better. Spellcaller can be weak for the same reason. I mean, Ashiok shrinks Goyf. It's really not all that important. Maybe I'll just play Gearhulk. Just kind of want these big booms off the top. Maybe we do play the Queller after all. I also don't mind Vendilion Click in this matchup. Kind of just like a lot of these threats that can block and trade. And maybe I'll cut one Chalice. This is going to be a grindy game. Yeah, but Step I think might be better overall than Cast Out. Like even in a matchup where I theoretically could use Cast Out, you see how I'm boarding it out. So I think I do think this might be a nice inclusion. Like I've really liked the sandbars, so I probably would also like this too. And I honestly think maybe 27 lands with all these cycle lands is maybe correct. You know, Like we've been starved for land. Okay, nice. You don't have to mulligan. We've been starved for land several times tonight or this morning. Um, and I do have some plans this evening. So my plan is after this league, we can talk about it. What the? Okay. We are not a Snapcaster Mage build, but the opponent does not know that. Snapcaster is kind of weak when you're pairing it with Chalice, just because a lot of the spells that you want to do stuff with Snapcaster just aren't strong enough anymore. You could also make an argument that the Terminus build is a little sad that we don't get to play Opt due to the Chalices. That's something else I've thought about. Maybe also potentially moving away from the other benefit to playing like a Verdict, Supreme Verdict variant is although you lose the Exile, which is very relevant right now, you're a better Force of Negation deck for it. More blue cards to pitch. Um, Honestly, we have like a lot of draw in the sand. I think I'm just gonna play the Sandbar. Although I don't want him to think I don't have a counter for his 2-drop. It's coming. Yeah, actually, I'm just gonna cycle it. I don't want him to think that we don't have an answer. What about Drakehaven? That's fine. He gets a thirst. Drakehaven? Isn't that a blue enchantment? It's a cute sideboard idea. Cycle or discard. It'd be funny against all these Thoughtseize decks. They're discarding us and we make Drakes. I mean, I don't know if we have enough cyclers for that, right? So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Thirst is a discard. I mean, like, that's kind of a cute idea. That's going in the think tank. That's going in the think tank. I don't know if I'd want more than one or two. That's going in. That's going in the ideas pile. It's going in. Gosh, I don't even know if I want to cycle this Sandbar anymore. I don't think I'm going to. Ooh. I know that means I might not hieroglyphic on time, but I like spell quelling there, Liliana, here. Like he knew the coast was clear last turn. I would have had to have drawn an answer exactly right there. Yeah, Haven is kind of a cute idea. I mean, maybe not even that cute. I think that you would want more synergy though if you were to do Drake Haven. Yeah, I don't want that happening. He's only got a couple cards left. But yeah, Haven is kind of neat. I guess double Haven, they both trigger, and you pay 2 mana, and you get two two twos with flying. So this is kind of a neat idea. I don't know if we have room for it, but oh, Bolt. Okay. Actually, well, we've cut a lot of our 2 mana answers. Yeah, like pretty much all of them that would save the Queller here. I guess I'll just let it go. That sucks. Might have to cycle these Illuminations looking for land drop. Do I hope that our next card is land, or do I... It's fine. Oh, it's not fine. Hopefully we draw land here. We did. Okay, he's going to get an extra card off the Confidant, but we're going to get 2 cards off the Illumination. Swamp. Decides not to play his Swamp. Okay. Draw a couple cards. D-Sphere for the Confidant. Is that the better play though? I think I'm supposed to play Sandbar and then Terminus away the Confidant. Well, no, we want to D-Sphere the Confidant. Right, because if you Teferi the Confidant, he just fires up the Ravine. That feels bad. You know what I'm gonna do? Actually, what am I saying? We're cycling this sandbar. I'm going to play the Flooded Strand. Yes. Oh, I misclicked. Oops. Misclick. I I misclicked. It happens. I was hovering over yes, and I was like, oh. Oh. So I think we lose now. That sucks. I think I accidentally hit no on the D sphere trigger. I'm assuming that's what happened. That's the only reason the Confidant wouldn't go under the D sphere. I'm assuming it was a honest misclick. Yeah, so Confidant should be under the D sphere. Just if we're playing paper. Oh, that's so sad. It's fine. I mean, we were still eligible for prize, but it's the consolation prize. It's us and our opponent, I'm assuming, if they're playing against us, because we were 1-3. So, oh man. Okay. This just whole thing is just so sad how it shook out. Like the Confidant should be under the sphere. Uh, I mean, we'll see if the deck can like kind of get us back in. I assume that it can. Okay, so now we have an answer for the Ravine. But I mean, he's just drawing the extra cards off the Confidant that he wouldn't have been. Well, it's not a moto bug. I honestly just misclicked. I think I just slipped. It happens. I think it was an honest slip of the finger. I mean, you guys know me. I'm pretty good natured. I'm not gonna get frustrated over in just an honest misclick. I don't think it was a moto bug. I think I just slipped. It's okay. We we were fighting for what, like, what is it, 60, it's like 40 or 60 play points. So yep. He's just gonna recur these Fulminator mages probably. I mean, we had a good start. Like we what did we play against? Not Hogak. We played against not Scapeshift. We did lose to Scapeshift. Well, what's funny is Scapeshift got us with double Scapeshift games 1 and 2, right? Or no, we got them game 2. Game 3, they snuck through with double Scapeshift. They double shifted us game 1 through counter magic, and then they double Scapeshifted us game 3. Game 2 we did win, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I mean, it's just like I can't hold on to this terminus, but at the same time, I can't justify the Teferi. I don't have enough mana to Cryptic. Gearhulk doesn't clear this Confidant. Wow, this is just such a mess. I mean, like, this spiraled out of control. I wonder if the misclick on the. I'm assuming it's a misclick. I wonder if the misclick on the D sphere hadn't happened, if this would have been a game. Wow. That's okay though. I mean, we were just both me and my opponent. I'm assuming if he was also 1-3, we were just fighting for the, like, I think you could only get like 40 play points at that point. Like, we had a good start, right? So Mr. Teeth was on. We had a really nice back and forth against what was he on? Mr. Teeth. Mardu Shadow, that's right. So we had like a really nice back and forth against Mardu Shadow. It was interesting. It was fun. I enjoyed it. I mean, I enjoyed a lot of the games we played today, honestly. Like, that's kind of, I guess, maybe my more grown up or mature attitude towards, the occasional time I get to spend with you guys and play Magic. The Oh, that's weird. Can I not look at our last match or whatever? Okay, that's fine. I'm trying to remember all that. So we played Burn. We did lose, unfortunately. We did beat Mardu Shadow. We lost to Titan Shift. The loss to Jund at the end there was just kind of a, like, that misclick cost us. But yeah, I like the idea of these havens. I think it's a little cute on the surface, but I mean, if you incorporate a little bit more cyclature, cycling into the deck. I mean, maybe you don't main deck the Timely anymore. Although I've seen some of these blue white decks do that. and then maybe we do like put in another. Um, been playing Commander recently. I still kind of like playing these hyper. What's the word I'm looking for? Not hyper competitive. I kind of like playing at this, playing in those events. That's all I'll say. I do like playing in these kinds of events. It's not a big deal. I mean, I did pay for the event today in points, so um, and I got some more chesties I could open. Maybe we'll pay for the next event with that too. I do have enough tickets to do another. But I do have other stuff going on today, and I did want to share with you guys Grifflands. Um, but let's talk about the deck and let's make some tweaks though first. So I like the Planeswalker split. Let's add in a couple of more of these if we're gonna try this. I kind of do want another Flusterstorm. Yeah, let's just tighten it up in some places. Like maybe the Drake Haven is gonna make us more loose, but um, what are sideboard cards that I've been very pleased with? I've been pleased with the. I want to keep these. I do like the purges right now. I want at least one timely and one fluster. So let's see if we can squeeze in these havens because that's a cool idea. Um, maybe I don't bother with the veto. So I like the mana convenience that Flusterstorm offers. I mean, I know it's specific. I know it's instants and sorceries only, but I do like that it's not hindered by the Chalice as much, just from a mana cost perspective. And like we do have these two forces. It's not like I don't have any negates in the deck. I do. I already have two. So maybe I'd be willing to give up veto. I don't know if I want to give up the Ashiok. I feel like this is actually really spicy. I kind of want 3 graveyard hate cards. It's 16 the Spire. What does that mean? What do you mean 16 the Spire? Okay, so I might be willing to give up a. So we have an 11 here, and I need 4 out of this. Um, I mean, I like the girls. I kind of like the girls more so than, and maybe even the Gear Hulk as well. So no, no. To make some choices here. I've really liked the Spell Queller actually. No offense to Click, and I know Click has some cool synergy with Narset that I really like and want to pull off, but it just like you never seem to have all the pieces, and like Queller blocks well. It's got a good. I mean, they both die to bolts. That's not the argument between the two. I just kind of like the feel of Spell Queller more than Click sometimes. That's hard to say. Just do you want to be better against? It's just a matter of what do you want to be better against, really. Um, so maybe we try this. I know I was thinking I was going to add another fluster, but I think one is fine. Maybe something like this. We could try out these. Then they just argue with people. Oh yeah, the negotiation is fun. So maybe this is where we'll start next time if I play this list again. I do really like this list. Like that's why I kind of kept it on from a previous. Uh, from a previous. What's our blue count now? Actually, I might want to include another. We've talked about the first verdict for some time. Blue count is 19. That's actually plenty. I think that's fine. And again, I think with some of these interesting lands like caverns and these cycle lands, I think that 20, like maybe 27 lands isn't crazy. So a lot of them are just to be cycled. And this deck is just so mana hungry. Like that, we ran into that several times today, where it was just a matter. It wasn't even a matter of the spells that we drew. It was a matter of we just didn't get enough lands. I will admit the mana leak does feel weird because we can be such a late game deck. But I don't know if I want two Logic Knots in a deck that doesn't really put a ton into the graveyard. I mean, like, sure, we're cycling, we're fetching and fielding and stuff, but we're not. I don't think we're as quickly as some of these Snapcaster Mage builds of blue white putting cards into the yard. But yeah, maybe instead of the cast out, we do play the first verdict. I think sweepers are reasonable right now um, in modern. So yeah. Hmm. I think the exile though on settle is worth giving up blue for force. I think maybe this is where we want to be. All right, guys. So we're gonna switch over to and for those of you that didn't know, today was a charity stream. I know I didn't mention it earlier, but I meant to. If you type exclamation mark charity, you can learn more about that. If you want to learn more about the stream team that I work with, type MDH exclamation mark MDH. That's Modern Day Heroes. Teamed up with Fluffy Wolf and Everos, and we kind of share our viewership. We kind of have a similar feel. We're all pretty laid back, mainly modern streamers. If you want to check them out, you want Slay the Spire. I was gonna show you guys the Griftlands alpha. Let me just get this list into the. I just curved it roughly. Let me get this list into the chat screenshot, and we'll go ahead and call this 1.5. I think that's some. What was that? 5 6 cards worth of change. One two. Oh, it says 1.5 already exists. Really? Okay. Well, I guess this is 1.6. Yeah, we're like changing like 4 cards, so give it a new version. Okay. I think you guys should stay for this game if you haven't seen it. I'm going to do my best to explain it to those of you that maybe haven't seen it. Who here likes games like Slay the Spire, other strategy card games? I mean, you guys know that I'm into a lot of different card games. So this is the alpha. It was $15. Not too bad. Let's just start a fresh game. Oh, actually, day one, 0%. Yeah. So like most roguelikes, you kind of take, some of your progress into the next game, sort of. Let's see. Any of these actually good? So the replenish mechanic is when you draw a card, you draw another card. So like this doesn't take up space in your deck, these. Heal and gain an action. These are actually pretty good. I'm going to take salve. And you kind of get like quests and you kind of go around doing things. So for example, and they'll tell you like which each of them. So they tell you the rewards, they tell you how tough it is, they tell you whether it's going to have a combat or a negotiation focus. So check this out. So there's a battle deck. So like many deck builders, right? If you guys have played any deck builders, which I hope you have, or you don't really know what I'm talking about, where you build the deck as you go through the game or the RPG in this case. So they start you off with some pretty cool cards. Like this one's pretty flexible. You can either when you cast it, it either is Hammer Grip or it's Saber Grip. So bleed, obviously, just like it sounds, they're going to take damage over time, and it's slowly. Actually, you have the bleed count. There are ways to get around that, and then Hammer Grip gives you combo, and then combo. We don't actually have any cards that benefit from combo yet, but you will as you move. The negotiation deck is actually different than like the kind of combat you guys are probably familiar with RPGs like Slay the Spire. You're actually negotiating with another character in the world, and you kind of need to either threaten or talk them out of or into whatever you're trying to convince them. So let's do that. I think, or let's do one that has both though. Heal, money, heal, remove card. Let's do this one. Removing your starter cards is really important in these deck building games. So we'll talk to this guy. Not all Jakes do things by the book, but Queek's reputation at least is squeaky clean. Pretty cheesy stuff sometimes. All right, so we'll talk to them about the quest. 126 shills. Oh, okay. We have to get the 126 shills from Pluck. Make an example out of them. Okay. Um. Yeah. So we're gonna accept this. All right. So we get a card. So it's either for our negotiation deck or for our battle deck. You need to keep in mind that you need to improve both of your decks. It's important in this game to be good at both negotiating and combat. I mean, you can focus on one or the other, but I like this card a lot. So Spines, it's an ability, it's a static ability. So for the rest of that combat, that particular battle, once you've used it, anytime I gain defense, we gain some amount of counter. Deal 1 damage back to the enemy when hit. So I actually really like this card versus these two. It's also an uncommon. You can tell from the silver border around the number and the frame. These are commons, but tackle's actually pretty good though. Gain 2 defense and deal damage, but I'm gonna take spines. There's kind of a deck to be built there, like a defense deck. We are gonna negotiate, so we've got 36 resolve and they have 10. Think of that just like health points for your negotiation deck. Okay, I'm gonna need a little more money. All right, we don't need the tutorial. I'll explain it to you guys. So we have cards that give us composure. Composure is just a fancy way of saying defending our argument or our health. Some of the stuff that's going around here, so they're going to have debuffs or buffs. Drunk when dismissed, remove a random intent. So intents would be these things. We don't know what it is yet, for example. It's just letting us know that there's something that's going to happen next turn. But we want to hit these. So these, when we blow these up, when we destroy them, we get that much money. So this one's 72. So we kind of want to focus that one. The other ones aren't really worth all that much money. But we pretty much just want to blow up one of these, like, money. Trying to think what you call those. Yeah, I mean, it's you could call it a bounty. I guess that's what they call it in the game. What they're attacking us with are intents, and then what we're removing is these bounties. But anyway, the negotiation isn't always like this. This is just we happen to be negotiating for more money is what's going on here. So let's intrigue this, and then we'll fast talk. Oh, that should deal more damage, shouldn't it? Did I do those in the wrong order? Actually, yeah, we'll still do that. And then we'll gain some composure and pass the turn. Crafty. Okay, intents and previews are hidden, so I don't know what they're planning because of this. So let's use this. Instincts lets us kind of choose between some options. Our hand has a lot of red cards. Those are the hostility cards. There we go. And then green cards are diplomacy, so kind of getting your ends through diplomatic means or just being hostile. So we'll take this. The dominance is going to give us more damage on these. See how they went from 1 to 4 to 3 to 6. And there's some randomization there, right? You don't know exactly how much it's going to deal. Let's try to take out. Now, you notice this has gone down. It went down to 54. See? So we'll blow that up. What do we want to do now? So we're going to get another 54 shills if we win this argument, the core argument. And that's the objective. Like once you get this 10 to 0 or whatever the amount is, then the negotiation is over. So let's threaten, remove a random intent. It's kind of nice. We get rid of that. And any extra damage would go to the core argument. Let's do it. Yeah, we rolled a 3. Okay. Now we should pay attention to, so each of your opponents is going to have a different personality. So this opponent's personality happens to be double edge. Whenever Quick deals damage, they gain composure equal to the unmitigated damage. So anytime they deal damage to me and I don't block some of it, they're going to get that much block of their own. And these are really shrunk now. I don't even think they're worth going after anymore. I think we should just beat them. So let's do threaten. Oh, we rolled the lowest there. That's not good. We might want to... Let's improvise. One bonus action next turn. Flustered. Let's just try to burn them down. Like, and sometimes these negotiations go really poorly, which is what's happening here. Like, I only got, yeah, I'm only getting 64 more money from this whole mess. So sometimes it's just not even worth. There we go. Actually, I should have gone after maybe the 10, but anyway. So we get another negotiation card from doing that. That's good. That's another reason to engage in those kind of negotiations. Alright, one action for every 3 cards in my hand. I actually don't really like Second Wind, although it is the uncommon here. Gain 1 action for every 3 cards. Oh, in your discard. Never mind. I'm totally underestimating this card, actually. So if you draw this late into your deck, you know, it could be worth like 3 actions. It's actually pretty solid. Double your influence, gain 3 vulnerability. So we take more damage, but you double your influence. Influence, of course, lets your makes your green cards do a lot more damage. Evil Eye, damage in the next card is doubled. I'm actually going to take Second Wind. I haven't really messed around with that card yet. Alright, so we're going to get a little bit more money. Cool. So let's go do the quest. Now, we can do this any which way that we want. Let's actually talk to her first. So we can pay her to help us. How much would that cost? I don't have enough money. I don't have enough money. But you could pay her to help us negotiate or help us fight this other person. So we're not going to do that. Oh, we could have him help us too. That's funny. All right. Let's talk to Pluck. All right. Let's talk to you about that money. So I can offer to pay off their debt for them, or I can rough her up. Now here it'll tell us if she has any allies. So like if these two were on her side or on my side, it would let us know right here. Or if there was a negotiate option, it would do the same. So let's go ahead and rough her up a little bit. So I'll show you guys some combat. No, we don't need a battle tutorial. I wonder why it's like giving me these tutorial options. Didn't think this was a fresh run. Reduced by 1 when receiving attack damage. Interesting. Alright, well let's try out the spines. She's going to hit us for 7, but we get to hit her back because of counter. Oh wow, we could like block like all this damage. 2 damage and she's going to apply a status. Well, let's try out this spines nonsense. Actually, I didn't need to defend that much though. Well, no, yeah, because it gives me 2 counter, which is more or less gonna do. Hit him for 6. Bleed. Let's improvise. Draw a card, discard a card, 2 bleed, 2. No, these are really all that great. I'm gonna defend a little bit. So you can see that Spines card really makes these defense cards like really worth it. Like we're taking less damage, but I'm also hitting the opponent. So it's pretty nice. And some turns are pretty straightforward. I mean, and you play like a lot of Slay the Spire, for example, or some of these other games, like you start to... So we could kill her. Now, here's the thing about this game. If you kill somebody... It has like what would really happen like in a real fantasy world or our world. There are implications. Killing someone, you kind of get branded and you get some like potentially negative debuffs. You also get some positive debuffs that have to do with being like more menacing and evil and such. I'm gonna accept their surrender because I don't think it's worth making somebody hate us. Like you kill her, then all the people that like this person hate you, which again, that's what would happen also in the real world, right? So that's kind of cool. Like in a lot of these RPGs, you're just like, oh, I'm just gonna kill you and kill you and kill. Like I like that they designed the game in such a way that they're like, well, you can kill this person, but there are ramifications. There are drawbacks. So we'll pick a card. So we're kind of going into like a defense deck, right? Because we picked spines. So let's see if we can find some more like solid defense cards. So gain 4 defense at the start of your next turn. Gain combo. Exertion. Gain 2 actions. Lose 1 action. Spend 2 combo. Gain 2 combos. Like none of these are really all that exciting. Let's see what this upgrades into. Sometimes that'll help you make your card decisions to see what it... So, okay, something that's interesting about this game is the experience. It's not so much that you as a player gain experience. And now she shows up on our dislikes because we beat her up. Let's see. Spend, okay. Gain 6 defense. So I mean, this might be worth gaining because it's just a stronger defense card than our basics. Chamber. And we could like maybe go into a combo deck. I think I like Exertion though. I'm gonna take Exertion. We could also just take the money. You can always just take money instead of a card. It's dramatic. Yeah, so now she doesn't like us. And since we beat her up, she counts as being intimidated by us. So she's intimidated and dislikes us. I like how these two just like watched me beat her up, did nothing to either help or hurt. Yeah, so let's go turn in that quest. We have some actual money. And I'm kind of going through this at a much slower pace than I would like when I'm actually playing this by myself, just to kind of explain kind of what's going on. So let's turn in this quest. I feel kind of evil working for this person. Pretty much I bled her pretty dry already. Alright, so we get the monies, and we get to remove a card. I'm not sure what we're doing with our negotiation deck yet. I'm not sure if we're going to go more into red. Usually in these negotiation decks, you kind of, generally you're going to go more into green, or you go more into red. I don't know which of those we're doing yet. But with the battle deck, it's pretty clear that we're going more into like defense stuff. So I probably just get rid of like an elbow strike, one that doesn't have any experience on it. And you can even, if you want to get like really meta with this game, you can even see what these are going to turn into. Oh, actually, okay, we don't know with this one, but... So just keep in mind that like cards, as you use them, every time you use it in combat, it'll gain experience. Every time you use a negotiation card in a negotiation, it'll gain experience. So there's almost that other level to this game where it's like, sure, like I could use this one card here because it's the stronger play, but this other card I want to level up, and it's almost finished leveling up. So there is kind of that extra layer that I really appreciate. Let's get rid of a battle card, and we'll get rid of this elbow strike. Now, if we gift this person with 100 shills, we gain bargaining. Bargaining is a 10% shill discount from shopkeepers, and we'll have somebody that really likes us. We don't have that much money, though. It might not be worth it. But I've learned very quickly in this game that like building relationships is really important. And if somebody has a passive buff that you actually like, some of them are kind of weak or only related to combat or negotiation. I found that bargaining is one of the better boons. Just a straight up 10 discount from all shopkeepers. The merchants, all the different shopkeepers getting a 10% discount is very relevant and quickly pays for itself, I've found. Who knew you could make friends just by throwing money at them, right? I mean, like, we did them a favor too, but anyway. It's a gift. So now they're friends. We're friends now. Great. With this drunk. With a fork in their hand. I mean, you should really be careful with who you pick to be friends with and stuff. Alright. And usually the game will give you, like, something above the person to, like, let you know to talk to them. I mean, you can talk to people even if there's, like, nothing going on with that person yet. If it doesn't really benefit you. Alright, meditation spot. Okay, we can get more resolve back. Desolate battlefield. Recent fight took here. Perhaps there's still some treasure. Challenging quest. Interesting. Pick a graft? What? That's kind of tempting. And here's the thing is like every time you move on the map, certain opportunities may or may not disappear. I'm tempted to take this. So grafts we haven't talked about yet. Graphs are permanent passives that you literally plug into the body. Think kind of like Deus Ex style. You literally gain a passive, and you can only have three at a time. Then you have to remove one and stick in the other, so to speak, in your brain or whatever. So these are combat, and these are negotiation. Let's do this. Taking on these challenging quests earlier on in your campaign is usually when you want to do them, and you kind of need to avoid them later on. Look at this craft. She is. All right, travel insurance. Zilt needs you to safely escort one of his smugglers. Let's do that. All right, so this will be tough, but worth, I think. All right, bleed, ambush. What does this do? Oh yeah, place in your hand at the beginning. Apply one. Cripple. Cripple is pretty solid. This is a pretty solid card. Well, it is the uncommon in the pack. All right, discard a card for damage. Draw, discard a card. That's kind of nice once you upgrade it. 6 uses to upgrade. Lacerate, bleed. Yeah, that's not that great. Well, bleed is good with these defense decks. I will admit that we may want to go into bleed just because I'm trying to build a defense deck. Does this cause bleed? No. Cripple. And then it goes away. We might actually want to go into bleed just because we're building like a defense deck with spines. All right, you know what? I'm game. Bleeding does tend to do well with these defense decks want to go long, so negotiate for a better deal. I also have fish to back me up on this. 32 versus 10. Yeah, let's do it. I need a little more money than that, good friend. All right, Sal's gonna vouch for, or she, yeah, Fish is gonna vouch for us. All diplomacy cards deal max damage. That's a nice little boon here. 99 if we can blow that up. Hello. All right. Well, we can't blow that one up immediately, but we could take out this 45 while it's still 45. And then we're gonna, oh, this one because it has some experience on it. And I'll admit, I kind of will sometimes play this game like it's Slay the Spire, but you really should be paying attention to like the experience on the cards. Like this has 2, this has 1. I should play this before I play this. You know, things like that. You really should be keeping in mind. We could pick up this 19 right here. I mean, we could be greedy and try to pick up the 74 this turn if we roll. Let's see what we roll on this threaten. So we rolled a 1, so we can't get that one this turn. So actually what we're going to do instead is we're going to... I got 6 cards in my discard, though. Second wind's going to give me an extra action. Quick thinking. I'm going to blow up this 19 while it's still 19, and then I'm going to go after this 74. Like we've got a lot of advantage going for us here. I think I'm tempted to be a little greedy and go after as much money as I can, but and this person also has double edge. Yeah, they're getting impatient with us too, so maybe I'm making a mistake. Okay, so let's go for dominance. Let's take out this, maybe. Actually, maybe we should just start going after the main argument. It's tempting to be greedy, but I actually think we should maybe finish here. Where are these going? Wow, that's a lot of damage. Yeah, we probably stayed too long. Oh boy. Yep. I might just want to concede, actually. There's another 8 coming at us. Oh, it's going after this one, though. This is not good, chat. Yeah, we're losing this, and we're losing this hard, aren't we? Because if I can't break through and we're taking 8, that's going to gain them. Yeah. Caltrops and poison. I think we should just concede. I don't think I'm going to break through this tough armor. This second win is not working out for this build, it seems. Like, I've only gotten one extra action off of it so far. And you have to concede before you spend any cards, by the way. It says once you play a card, you cannot concede until the following turn. I think we should just concede. So that sucks. I thought he's actually a pretty tough cookie. Well, no, he had the impatience buff. So I should have just maybe grabbed one of the cheaper monies and then gone for what is her reward? I wish it told us. Sometimes it's good to drink with the people and improve the relationships with them. Gains a drunk argument when negotiating. I mean, it's tempting to spend a little money that way. All right, well, let's just go do the quest. So that kind of went poorly, but that happens. All right, so let's talk to Juke. I thought it was Jake. It's Juke. Let's go. So she's actually in our party right now, which is kind of cool. All right, so let's talk to the buyer. Oh, we hit a random encounter. Stop right there. Juke is a wanted criminal. Oh, I didn't know that. Great. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay. Bounty is 200 paid, and we'll consider. Okay, well, I can't beat it. Ooh. Oh, no. Okay, so both of these options are not great. So because I lost that negotiation, we might have been able to negotiate better if I hadn't tried to get more money out of that guy. So now we pretty much have to go with this option. He's a 3-star with a party member. We have a 2-star helping us. Let's go for it. We'll probably win, but it's gonna be tough. Okay, nice. We drew spines. All right, so Brock will panic after receiving 19 damage. I guess let's focus on that guy. I guess. So we're taking 5. She's got an anger face going on. Cruelty. Apply 1 wound if not defended. Interesting. Actually, our hand's pretty solid here. Let's just go ahead and exertion. Lacerate. Fight dirty. Oh, I should have gone for this first. Yeah. Because that gave us power. Whenever we deal damage, we deal additional damage for the rest. And it's the rest of the combat, so see. It's pretty insane. She's taking a hit. We could defend her. Let's take no damage here. So that guy's gonna run. Nice. Status effect. Okay. Well, then this is a good turn to just deal a bunch of damage. I think. Yeah. And the stabs are pretty good. Like a reasonable card to upgrade early on. Like they're definitely worth getting experience on. Okay, 10 damage coming my way. I think not. I thought this combat was going to go a lot worse, but this spines build is actually really strong. It seems like. Where's this going? Okay, fight dirty then. Enrage. This one has more experience on it. So like sometimes you don't mind these battles going long. I guess that's another benefit to playing a defensive deck is we'll get to upgrade our cards Whereas if you're like playing a deck that's like built to just end the combat quickly, sure, you might take less damage overall, but you're not getting as much experience on these cards, and you do want to upgrade them. Some of the upgrades on the basic cards have the destroy mechanic, where if you use it in a battle, it gets removed from your deck permanently, which is nice. Getting rid of these cards. He should. Oh, he's going to panic after one more damage, so let's gain some more experience on these cards. So instead of executing him, even though he wants her, honestly, after this quest, it's not really our business that he's got a bounty on her or that she has a bounty on herself. I'm going to accept his surrender because you don't really want to not be friends with, like, the local guard. So we'll accept his surrender. But those are things you got to think about. Do I kill this character or do I, let him go? All right, Hemorrhage, Blade Storm, Dagger Storm, or Freighter. Yeah, Freighter's actually pretty strong, but Dagger Storm can make for some cool decks too. If you have like power, if you have ways to consistently improve your power, like these are actually really cool. The Blade Storm deck. I think we're gonna go into Bleed though, just because we're like a defense style deck. Now, just because we didn't kill him doesn't mean he's not gonna like. Like if you look at the relationships now, he also dislikes us. See. But anyway, and now we have somebody that really likes us. So, all right. Yep. Let's finish that quest. Can I help you with? What can I help you with? Zeet sent us. We have a delivery. Thought that might be it. Can't be too careful though. Take the money and leave. Extort him for more money. We could extort for an extra 40 shills for ourselves. Huh. He's got 30 resolve. It seems like he's really good at negotiating. I'm assuming he would. He's a merchant. They tend to be good at negotiating. Even though we have somebody helping us, I'm just going to take the money and go. Sometimes you just don't want to do that. I kind of regret not looking at that battlefield, desolate battlefield. Like, maybe we could have done this quest anyway. Alright, now we get to pick a graph. So this is a permanent passive. These are important to choose because they really can change how the game... These are the ones that like really augment... Like, sure, cards can like change how the game flows, but these passives can really change things. So, Buster. Whenever you break defense with an attack, apply 2 bleed and gain defense. Interesting. Buckshot. Apply 1 wound to a random enemy at the beginning of your turn. So this is more specific, but it kind of does literally both of the mechanics I'm trying to build my deck around. But they have to be defending or have some defense. That's pretty specific. Although it isn't uncommon. Buckshot, wound just means they take additional... attacks will inflict 1 bonus damage on the target. Buckshot's actually pretty good for a common. And then Shrieker. Deal 1 damage to all enemy targets at the beginning of your turn. This one, Shrieker, is actually really good for a lot of the negotiations I've already done. The ones where you're trying to you're trying to extort somebody or convince them to pay you more money for a job. Shrieker is very good because usually those particular negotiations, there's a lot of different things going around. I think this is too specific, even though it does feed into what we're doing with the deck. It's tempting to take this, though, because it is an uncommon. That doesn't mean it's better than these. Again, this is specific to that type of negotiation. This is mediocre. I actually am going to take Buster. I don't think I'd take Buster unless I was trying to build a defense deck. But since we are trying to do that, like a wound defense deck. Now, Fish has got a quest for us. 2 merchants over there. Okay, so this is one of the quests that always happens. So there's some stuff in the story that always happen. It won't happen the same way, though. Yeah, so it's actually a pretty important spot in the game where you pick like which of the merchants is going to like you. So Plaka, she sells grafts. She's the graft merchant, whereas Endo, this priest, Hesh priest, he sells negotiation cards. And I usually side with Endo because it's nice to be able to delete negotiation cards for cheap. But there's nothing wrong with being able to buy graphs on the cheap. Now, if we accept this job, it's going to piss off the merchant with the graphs. Yeah, you're going to help Endo instead of me. Don't expect me in the future. You can still shop with her. It's just she's not going to be on good terms with us. That's all. Should I share a drink with these two while I have the money? Might be worth it. Because like later in the story, if these guys show up where I'm doing quests, like they will help a lot. My negotiation's pretty weak. Let's at least share a drink with her. Yep, so we're going to have slurred speech and tipsy, so we do have to destroy those from our negotiation deck at some point. Haggle badge. Discounts from friends increased by 10%. Interesting. But we're not going to do that now. I'm not going to share a drink with Bax, actually. I think our combat's going to be... I think our deck... I think our character, our build this round is shaping up that it seems like we're going to be better at combat than negotiation, so we'll have to keep that in mind. Spark grenade, healing spring. We're almost full health. Let's go get that spark grenade. See, and this is earlier from, remember when we befriended Queek? Hey, I got something for you. Spark grenade. Nice. Okay, I was hoping it was one of these. So spark grenade has replenish on it, so it doesn't actually take up space in our deck that we're building. Until we want to use it, and then it's fine. I mean, it's a one-time use, but it's useful for like bosses and stuff. 2 random enemies, 3 to 7 damage piercing. We'll take it, and we'll try to use it at the right moment. And maybe we won't even use it for this first boss fight. All right, so let's do this quest. Endo leads you to the cave, which emanates a stink you can't quite place. Here it is. So what now? You want me to... Aw, hesh. Monsters. Alright, let's defend ourselves. There's a bunch of them. Ooh, Chintinus. 4 defense at the end of their turn. Well, I guess this Buster's going to be good here. Those spines, though. I'm taking that much? But I'm getting attacked by 2 different monsters, so actually I should faint. Although, wait a minute. I just have to break their armor. Well, none of these are going to break. Unless I roll a 4 or 5, these stabs won't actually break their armor. So I'm going to just go with the safe play, which is to defend. It's another thing entirely if it actually did guarantee a break. And replenish, like there's a replenish deck that you can make, Partrap. Literally like stacking up on replenish cards and then play cards that deal more damage based on how many cards are in your hand or the cost of the cards in your hand is certainly a build you can do. Let's focus on this guy. Actually, no, I'm just gonna... I kind of want to get rid of this Tipsy. Panic after receiving 1 more damage. It's got bleed on it. It should flee. Okay. Let's get rid of that. Let's actually use this exertion and... Oh, yeah, nice. We got the counter because I broke their armor. Let's defend Endo. Quarter deck sounds like my style. Yeah, the replenish cards are cool. Like you can, that is definitely something you can do in this game. I think I pulled that off one of my runs. I mean, I played this game a bunch when I was on that beach vacation. I took my laptop with me and I had this on my laptop. This is like the only game I played. So I've gotten a bit better. I still haven't gotten to the 4th day, to be perfectly honest with you. Or, no, day 3. I still haven't gotten to the end of day 3. So I actually haven't, like, beaten, quote unquote, the alpha yet. This game is tough, I'm telling you. You didn't take that much damage. Another battle card. Okay, what's the uncommon? Gain 3 defense. Discard this card. Gain 3 defense, 3 counter. 5 defense. 0 action cost, 3 defense. Spare blades. Unplayable. We have to have a discard mechanic for it. Okay. Draw cards and gain counter. Readiness might be really good. We already have, what is that card? We already have the exertion. Yeah, we already have exertion. So if we did like boosted exertion, or we could even just do persistent exertion and then it doesn't expend. I mean, something to think about is exertion. Unless you get boosted exertion, it doesn't actually give you more actions overall because you're spending 0 to get 2 but to have a -1. So it's not really, I guess it technically overall it's giving you 1 extra action, whereas this one gives us 2 extra actions. But anyway, something to think about. Just the fact that we have that card in our deck makes me kind of want readiness. And I might actually get stone readiness instead of boosted, because the 2 defense would trigger the 2 defense is going to trigger the spines, which, what does this upgrade into anyway? Oh yeah, we definitely will take Thorny over Pale, because like we're kind of really building around this card. So I'll definitely be taking Thorny spines, so that any time we gain defense, it's going to be 3 instead of 2. Okay, so yeah, let's take readiness. Classic Brew Spy. Beach vacation brings laptop to play games. Yeah, I should have brought the laptop on the beach, but I was worried about it getting sandy. Wait, that's it? We just had to kill some bugs? I feel like there was like a time I did like a really cool quest where you like go all the way up into the cave. Fair enough. So this is like where the merchants hang out. Duty free, law free, best of the best, and you're welcome to do your shopping. All right, so Endo likes us, so we can get a discount with him. Rake, this is the one she sells combat cards. Havarian style. So we can remove a card for 40 shills because we got a discount from bargaining, or we can buy cards. Just seeing if there are any more cards that like make sense for our deck. That's relatively cheap. Oh, we can get another readiness. Okay, something to think about. Now, Plaka doesn't like us, so we can't actually afford either of them. 450 and 300. Combo points are accumulated until they're spent. That's nice, because usually they go away. I just like reading all the different... I haven't memorized them yet. Hostility cards deal additional damage. Interesting. Endo, however, he'll cut us a good deal. Only 30 shills to remove a negotiation card, and we could buy something. So there is a rare here. Appeal to Reason. Costs 1 less for each influence you have. Interesting. And it can be upgraded to 5 to 8. That's strong. But it's more money than we have, so I don't really want any of these, to be honest. But I think removing cards is what we should do. So we're going to destroy this on our own. This has the destroy mechanic already. Why don't we get rid of... Tempted to get rid of a fast talk, or maybe this deflection that hasn't had any improvements to it yet. I think it's either this deflection or this fast talk that only has been used once. I'm going to get rid of the fast talk. Even if we go into a diplomacy deck, the fast talks aren't all that amazing. And then we'll go talk to Rake, and let's spend the rest of our money getting rid of a battle card. So we could get rid of this other elbow strike. Thing about elbow strike is it's easier to get rid of than maybe these stabs will be, just because it requires less experience. I'm actually kind of tempted to get rid of this 1 out of 6 progress stab and keep this elbow strike, finish upgrading it, and then most of the time when it comes to elbow strike, it'll roll the ability for it to get removed either from that combat or from your deck permanently. I like everything else. Yeah, hemorrhage, lacerate. Yeah, so we're kind of... You need hemorrhage if you're going to go into the bleed deck. Apply 3 bleed, then deal damage equal to the bleed. So I think I'm going to get rid of this stab, actually. Alright. Deleting cards from your deck is definitely a really strong and quick way to improve. Queek is in trouble. You have a chance to save her. Onamora has a gift for you. Sequencer. I forget what the sequencer is. I don't really want to, like... Sometimes what I'll do here, like when I'm learning a new game like this, where it's like really tough like this, like I'll be tempted to go online and look up what the sequencer is. If we don't save Queek, though, we might lose the relationship bonus of bargaining. So let's try to save our friend. Ooh, and we ran into an extra. You hear bustle from the hedgerow. Wild animals, defend yourself. Crap. Okay. That's not good. They're both just preparing stuff. Okay. Two more damage and he's going to panic. Okay. So we just tap him and he's going to run. Seven. Oh, I should have used this one. It was almost upgraded. No! Wait, I can just exertion. We finally draw spines. Maybe too late for it to be worth. So I kind of want to upgrade this 4 and 4 though. No defense cards. Alright, so let's just lacerate. Hemorrhage. Just have to take the damage there. Okay, this is going to upgrade now. Worth 4 more damage. This is upgrading. This is almost upgraded. I think that was worth it. We took a little bit of damage, but we upgraded some cards I really wanted to upgrade. Alright. Discard your hand, draw 5, rebound. Gain 1 counter and 2 defense for each card you've played this turn. Rebound's actually kind of cool, even though it's a basic. Gain 1 counter, 3 defense for each. Gain 3 counter and 2 defense. Yeah, rebound can be pretty strong. Discard your hand, draw 7. I might just take adapt. Honestly, this card's really good. Alright, let's upgrade these cards. So, what do we got? Expend, or 6. Heal 4? What? This is probably one of the strongest feint upgrades I've ever seen. Did they maybe change these? They're constantly changing stuff in the alpha. I'm gonna take this, even though it expends. Like the heal 4 seems really good to me. You don't usually see heal on these cards. 4 defense, 3 counter, 6 defense. Take spined. Draw a card. Yeah. These are some pretty solid effects. I'm sad that we didn't finish upgrading these, though. Oh well. Alright, well, let's still try to save her, although we're at half health. Maybe we can heal before we do the main fight. Alright, you find Queek under Sandra's heel, looking one blow away from the worst day of their lives. Save them, wait and see how it plays out. We're going to save them. This has nothing to do with your hunter. Stay out. Alright, he's only 1. This would be an intimidation attempt. I know I need my resolve, though, for what I'm about to do. I'm worried how low my health is. No, they're only a 1 star. Let's do it. We're pretty strong in combat, so 6. And we're going to heal. Adapt. It's tempting. Because we know we're going to draw into potentially the exertion, which we did. Okay, so let's... Okay, do I faint or do I get rid of this injury? Oh no, we definitely faint because this is a temporary bad thing in our deck. Panic, 4 more damage. Okay, so let's just try to upgrade some stuff. These are already upgraded, so let's... And let's not kill this guy. Combination specialty Dagger Storm. I don't think improvise an attack card from your draw. I don't improvise an attack card from a pool of 5 cards from your draw pile. Actually, wait a minute. Specialty would be like another copy of Hemorrhage and Lacerate, wouldn't it? For us, basically. Actually, might take specialty. I know it's just a common, but I actually think this might be good for us. Instead of picking the from a pool of 5 cards, like we don't care about the 2 combo part. We care about the fact that it's another copy of a bleed card. And although this might give us a bleed card from a pool of 5 cards. Oh, from your draw pile. Hang on. Oh, we don't get to choose. Okay, so this literally is, we get a random pool. We get a random card, so it could just be a stab or whatever. Or if I take wide specialty, I get to literally make it what I want it to be. How many ticks? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm gonna gamble on that. I think if I focus on using that card, we can upgrade it before the end of this run. Alright, so we helped her out. Good. Ooh. A Spark Baron. Technocratic faction who retrofit new technology from ancient ruins. Huh. Oh yeah, these are the Spark Barons. They're kind of like cybernetic. So do I help her? Wait to see how it ends. She's a 2-star and they're just 1-stars. We'll help him out. Ah, this hand is not great, but we get to use this. Is that going to heal her, or do I want to heal? I guess it technically heals her because I'm technically using it on her. I think it's still the right play. Yeah, it did heal her. Alright, that's fine. So let's... Yeah, like their thing is they're using like supposed ancient technology. Alright, so we're taking a hit here. Why don't we... Spines to finish upgrading spines, and we'll faint. And you can see how counter is actually a really powerful mechanic. We'll start here. Well, actually, she needs... Oh, unfortunate that that'll also hit these. I thought it was just going to cycle through our attack cards. Oh, well, actually, I should have checked what was in my discard. That's going to be kind of an annoying card. Like, it's strong, but like I should like be checking. Okay, so that guy's dying. She's killing it. So we should focus on a different target. Draw to gain. Okay, there we go. So we'll exertion into this, into that, into bleed you. Going after us? Okay. This might let me get rid of this elbow strike. Let's finish upgrading that. And we will... 5 more damage. I kind of just want to upgrade these. Oh, she's going to kill it for us. Or cause it to flee, sorry. Okay, battle card and some upgrades and a new card, Mandible. Interesting. Apply cripple equal to damage dealt by this card. Destroy after 3 uses. That's got a cool little card. Alright, let's pick a card first, though. Spend combo, deals max damage. I mean, I do have the ability to gain combo now, don't I? Hang on. First, let's see how these upgrade. So we were going to upgrade this to that. We were going to upgrade... I don't know what this upgrades to. Gain combo, draw a card. Okay. Hopefully something that just gets rid of it. Gain 3 counter or gain combo. Okay. Huh. 1 damage bonus per combo. I mean, like, this is a specific... This kind of a card is pretty specific. Dagger Throw is fine. It's not amazing. It's not bad. It's certainly better than some of the other cards I have. Sneak Attack. We just have to get to 2 combo. I might even upgrade it to spend 1 combo. Because, like, the thing is... It looks like we're going to be stuck with a bunch of cards that just give us combo. Like, this could give me combo. This could give me combo. This already gives me combo. And then, what is it? Not Fight Dirty. It's this we can grab combo from as well. So we have 1, 2, 3. If I upgrade these for combo, 1, 2, 3, 4 combo cards. It wouldn't be that hard for us to get 2 combo for Sneak Attack, actually. If you can pull off Sneak Attack, it is strong. And, like, it's always 6 damage. 6 to 12 damage. Like, it'll always randomly roll that damage. It's just if you are able to spend the extra combo, it'll deal 12. That's all. I actually am gonna take Sneak Attack. If you can support it, it's a pretty good card to take. So let's actually upgrade these for combo instead of counter. I'll take the Mandible. Ask for payment. Let her go without paying me. She doesn't have much, but take this. So we can take a grenade. Rock Whistle is pretty good. Summon of Rock to fight for you is actually really solid. And it has Replenish. Demand it all. It's tempting to do. Oh wow, they gave all of it to us. But she hates us. -2 to max resolve. That's not that bad. Yeah, we weren't a very good person here. But that's everything we have. Fine, take it. So now she hates us. See? Ramifications for doing things in this particular fantasy world. Oh man, she just called her a mudsucker. So, as far as like the story goes, Casio is kind of like the big villain of this part of the story. So, there are when the game releases from alpha, it's going to be 3 different story arcs. Right now, we only have access to Sal's, which she's like a bounty hunter person, and this is kind of like her arch nemesis, essentially. She, yeah, she like sold us out or something. Basically, I can't remember the exact story to be honest. Could have bought me out any time, and I'd forgiven you. Okay, so this is our boss. You don't always fight the same boss, by the way. So this is the drones guy. Okay, so we can convince... We can convince Zeet to help us. It's gonna be tough though. Yeah, Spark Baron, Joel. Yeah, he's pretty tough. We're also at half health. Thanks for vouching for us. Alright, so we gotta just win this. Let's gain some influence. Oh, there goes that help. Oh boy. Alright, those were really bad rolls. Well, the first roll was bad. I think we're gonna get it through. Oh man, this slurred speech is awful for us. Yeah, this second win is really not working out for us. Our discard pile is only 2, and it's 1 action per every 3. Target an opponent argument each turn for 2 damage. Okay, well actually we got there. Nice. We should do it this way. Actually, this threatens close to upgrading though. Negotiation. What do we want? Oh, weird. These already have some upgrade to them. I forgot that that's like a thing towards the end of the game, is they give you like some of these already have some experience on them. All right, play once for every action available. It's useful if you can like make lots of actions. Spend influence for action, and then it upgrades to 2 influence for 2 actions. Buying time's actually pretty good. Aplomb. Spend 2 influence for 8 composure. Yeah, that's actually a really solid defense card. Yeah, these are all really good. These are all uncommon, so there you go. Is aplomb a real word? Dictionary time, Partrap. Dictionary time. I'm not sure off the top of my head. Do we want more actions, or do we want this really solid defense card? Well, first of all, I don't know if our deck is really giving us all that much influence. This is a spender. I only have 1 card that's giving us influence, which is this, Sal's Instincts. Like, none of these actually seem all that great for us, actually. I mean, Browbeat is good if I am going into an additional actions deck, which, like, these both kind of go together. I mean, we have, what? We have a couple of second wins. I mean, theoretically, these second wins, should make something like Browbeat actually good, but probably won't be useful until I upgrade it. Let's try Browbeat. Let's try it. Google says yes. Is that what it means? Aplomb means yes? I'm confused. Google says it means yes. Alright, well, we didn't have a chance to heal, so let's do it. So he's going to help me out. I got your back. Alright. Receiving attacks reduces this to 1. Drone is destroyed at 0 stacks, dealing 5 to Joel. When it comes to bosses, that's when I'm more interested in using my green items. Oh boy. This music's epic. I don't remember it being this epic. I wonder if they changed the music. Alright, 2 combo, 3 counter, 1 combo, 2 counter. Well, that's not good. Now we're talking. I'm just gonna use him. I'm a little worried that we're gonna lose this, so. I think he just immediately goes. I don't want to use the rock whistle. I do want to save this whistle if I can and the salve. But if I have to use them, I'll use them. But like this is a good fight to use like AOE stuff like those grenades I just used up, and they did blow up the drones. So I kind of am justifying it that way. This probably gets us something we actually want. Yep. Oh, how long does cripple actually last? Oh, actually, okay. That was maybe not a good use. Well, no, it's reduced by one, so. Oh, nice. He only resummons one drone at a time, so that's good. Do not have enough combo for this again. This would give me the combo necessary to sneak attack for the full amount, but we didn't get there. Nice. I'm gonna blow up the bot though. You'll pay for that, scumbag. Alright. We'll accept. Google says yes to it being a real world. It means believing in yourself. Like a Naruto. Someone that believes in himself. An Aplum. There you go. Use that in a sentence. Alright, so we got a bunch of cool stuff now. Alright, new battle card. Cyno Trainer. Discard a card, double the damage on a random card in your hand this turn. This is a rare. This thing is strong. These other two, I mean... Gaining power, though, is actually really, really good for late game decks like ours. Like, as tempting as doubling a card is, the discard on this is not great. Although, once we upgrade it to draw a card, discard a card, double the damage, it's really good. But I actually think I just take Uppercut. Gain 2 power once we boost it. Like, just permanently 2 extra damage. Seems good to me. For like these late game decks, you want those kind of passive improvements. I could take another Browbeat. Duplicity is really strong, though. And you can either make it cost no actions, or you can make it so it doesn't go away, and you can just like keep cloning. I mean, sure, like Browbeat, whatever, but like Duplicity is strong. All right, let's upgrade Exertion. We were gonna go with the 3 actions, right? Even though it gets expended. I think we wanted to do that. Maybe I should just go with Persistent Exertion because we're going for a late game deck. And it's just always going to be there. I think actually we do want Persistent instead of Boosted for this particular deck. If we were more like a bursty deck, I'd definitely go for the other. And we get to pick a graft. Alright, so what are our choices? 2 battles and a negotiation. Game 1 action at the start of your turn. However, enemies no longer surrender. That's potentially a really big drawback. Like not being able to surrender enemies at all. Like if you're fighting other humans, it's a big deal. If you're fighting like monsters, it doesn't matter. But you're fighting humans, it really matters. Game 1 action at the start of your turn. All diplomacy cards deal less damage. So if we take this, we pretty much have to build into a red and purple deck, which is fine. I mean, I already took out like we blew up a green card and I picked a red card already. So like I actually could take this. What's the last one? Gain 1 action at the start of your turn. You can no longer own a pet. So the problem with this is going to counteract the rock whistle. If I'd used the whistle up already, I'd be down for this card, and it's really strong. And it might 1 action for our combat deck, just straight up, might be worth giving up the whistle. But like there are other pets we might get in this run that we may want to be able to use. Let's take the negotiation one, and let's build into a hostility deck. And that helps with tomorrow. So tomorrow we have to choose who we want to side with, and there's like a faction that's more diplomatic, and then there's a faction that's more hostile. We'll probably go with the hostile faction. Although they want me to kill some people and I won't get to choose, but yeah. All right, so we can share some drinks with people now. Um, yeah, that's the discounts one. Dango. So that's a guard. Um, Trying to think who I want to be on good terms with. I think I want to sweet talk another merchant. Just because we're a little strong in the negotiation department. So, like, being on good terms with some of the characters that are probably going to be negotiations is smart. You have to start thinking about weird stuff like that once you start really getting into this game. Um, like the relationship factor is like definitely part of what can be really tough. We could buy another. And Brain Gills is an interesting card. Next play card played gains XP. It's an interesting card. It doesn't have replenish on it though, so I don't like those kinds of cards. Tincture is really good for boss fights, and it's got replenish on it, so it's not even like a thing. This is like really good. I don't know if it counts as owning a pet though. It might just be summoning one. I don't know either, Partrap. That's a good question. Oh, you know what? No wonder I keep thinking. So I guess I didn't sync the data on my laptop to this particular save data. Because on my laptop I had unlocked one of the other um, outfits. All right. Well, anyway, let's. Oh, no. I wanted to. I am choosing the wrong option, aren't I? It's the first option, isn't it? Rest. Yeah. Well, the other thing you upgrade as you play through the game, Part Trap, is you also upgrade, and then they kind of just give you a lowdown of everything you did, like who likes you, who doesn't like you now, people who hate you, people who love you. So those are like passives and bad things. Graphs you picked, cards you chose. I mean, you can really like the nice thing about this page is you can really analyze like where you're making some mistakes as you play the campaign. Like, oh, maybe I shouldn't have bought that, or maybe I shouldn't have chose that, or oops, I shouldn't have pissed off her. Interesting, right? To kind of see like literally that whole day. All right, you slept under the night with one hand gripping your knife under the pillow, but then again, you've slept that way every night since you were 12. All right, guys, we'll pick up at day 2 next time. You can actually save in the midst because it is actually I got a little more time. We'll play a little bit longer, but I really should get going in like an hour or less. All right, let's see. Basically, we're talking about how I'm going to take down Casio, essentially. Day 2 is kind of about um, so basically so I either team up with the Admiralty, so those are, like I said, the diplomatic folks, or I team up with the Spree, which are basically bandits. But because it looks like we're going to be going into a red deck for our negotiation deck, I probably should side with the Spree. Yeah, Nadon. What a face. Alright, let's go. Another merchant guy we could share a drink with if I had money. I don't. Yeah, we don't got no money. Got no money. Picking sides. Now, day two, you can hire mercenaries. They're pretty expensive. They're like 200 or more to hire a mercenary that helps you with like your next mission. They don't last all that long. Until they die or they help you with like one mission, they leave you. So, yep. Let's talk to the bandits. You got to go to Part Trap. Oh, Queek is in here. Nice. That'll be really useful. Yeah, I forgot that Queek was wearing the I know they're a dockhand. Queek is a dockhand. I didn't think that would be in here. Oh. All right, well, anyway, let's talk to him. So unfortunately, they're not giving me a negotiation card. I was hoping that we would get a signature negotiation card. All right, improvise a random card. Ooh, improvise a random upgraded bleed card. Apply one wound whenever you play an attack for the rest of the turn. So this is really good if you're playing like the knife flurry or the blade flurry deck. Wound is very strong when it comes to like this can do some really insane. There are insane decks to be had with vital strikes. Yeah, whenever you play an attack for the rest of the turn. So like if you're just like set up a bunch of blade flurries and then you're just like vital strikes, blade flurry, blade flurry. I mean you just melt them. But we're actually gonna go with thirst because I'm kind of doing like a more late game deck. Which is, I mean, fine. We already picked up hemorrhage. We need to upgrade this though. Oh wait, these upgrades aren't all that much better. Never mind. We don't need to worry about upgrading that. But you get the point. Like, kind of weaving in a little bit of the bleed deck into this build. They just called me salty. All right. All right, so Spree has captured a prisoner. We have to exchange prisoners if we can get them to exchange in one piece. All right, and we're gonna get a graft from this. Oh yeah. At the start of your next turn, gain combo. I'm not really that interested. All these are commons. I'm not really interested in these. So let's take the money. And I think that's like the biggest skill and something I'm working on in this game in particular is knowing when to just take the 10 and not take a card. Just because it might work for your deck doesn't mean the power level's there. Alright. Hold up there. You the hunter Nadan mentioned. You got it. You're the informant. Oyster Shucker. Alright, let's go hunter. The sooner I'm out from under this heel, the better. Alright, so we're going to escort them to where? Here. And of course something bad happens on the way. Alright, you're not on the road long when Bax approaches. Oh, I wish I'd shared a drink with you, Bax. I didn't know you were going to show up in the story. Hold up, Hunter. I can't let you pass. Blood for blood. Killed too many of mine. So I could try talking him out of revenge. He gains a drunk argument when negotiating. I could agree to the offer, which is we kill her, but then I can't go back to my boss and finish the quest. Or I can refuse the offer and we can do battle. Looks like I'd have a better chance beating him in battle than I would negotiating, even though I have help. And I know I'm at 34 resolve, but I'm not that confident in my negotiation deck yet. Still needs some work. So let's just refuse and we're gonna fight. Last stand. 3 power and below 26 health. Okay. I'm just trying to see if I can get enough combo. For the sneak attack to go off. Now he's got that extra power, which is not good. Oh, panic after 2 more damage. So let's heal first. Then, oops. Did I not give myself... Okay, let's thirst then. Apply bleed equal to the damage. I don't have enough energy for any of these, though. That's a cool card. Well. Oh, okay, the bleed triggered it. Nice. Or the bleed ticked, and we can surrender him. Or get him to surrender. Nice. Battle card. Draw 2, gain combo equal to their combined cost. Backstab. Duster. I'm not really that interested in any of these. Size Up's kind of cool, though. I mean, there are definitely some cool decks to be had out of those cards. But just not what we're building. Bax hates us. Yep. Find Durno flanked by an Admiralty guard. Halt there, officer. It's close enough with a stranger in tow. Whoa, hey. Just a hunter. Been hired to help escort a dangerous prisoner. Is that so? Oh. Great. So we can do battle. Ooh, I get first strike and a bonus action on the first attack, though. I still don't feel great about my negotiation. If I exertioned, I could get him to flee. Worth it. That was a strong first turn. We basically played our whole hand. Okay. Counterattacks apply 2 bleed. Deal 1 damage to the enemy when it... Wow, okay. We need to get one of these somehow into our deck. Oh, exposed. Reduce the damage. Reduce the amount by... Okay. We'll accept the surrender. Honestly, a lot of the time I go with surrender, unless like you're killing somebody that, and maybe I should have like this guy. We could have killed him, and then we wouldn't have gotten the shaky. So, for example, that might have been a good time, but we would have pissed off the people that like him. Apply 1 wound per combo. Oh, let's take another hemorrhage. Yes. I mean, bleed is not nearly as overpowered as poison is in something like Slay the Spire or other games like that that I've played. I think they really tried hard to balance a mechanic that's like poison, but because the count uh, is halved, I think it's a lot less overpowered, but it's still fun to try to make it work. You know, bleeding. Um, Because I've always felt that poison is like a really, really strong mechanic in these card games. So I actually kind of like that they made that change. I'm going to set a timer for 2. So we'll play for like another half hour or so, guys. All right, so good work. 190, that's pretty good, and a graft. Okay, so far our graphs, we've got one on each side, right? So, and again, our negotiation's really weak. All right, so skeletal suspension. At the end of your turn, convert your combo into defense. It's useful. At the start of each turn, steal up to 4 composure. I actually really like Cludger, even though it's a common. Our uncommons here are skeletal suspension and disruptive glandworm. Start each negotiation with 1 dominance. This is actually kind of nice because we're again thinking about going into dominance. I mean, none of these have a drawback. They're all pretty strong. I mean, turning our combo into defense is kind of cool. We have a little bit of combo going on that I'm not really utilizing outside of the sneak attack. I thought we might get some more cards that make sense for the combo. It's like essentially all the different cards that say combo on them would just read free extra defense, like here, here, you know, anywhere that I have some combo going on. So it's not a bad thing. But like this is better in a dedicated combo deck, whereas it's just I just peppered a little bit of combo in just to pull off sneak attack. So like I kind of think we should get one of these. I actually really like Cludger, but reduced by 1 at the start of your turn. Actually, this is not strong. This is not very strong at all, is it? I'm gonna take Cludger. I like Cludger. All allied bandits have +10 in combat. Useful. What? I've never seen this. This is interesting, guys. Hang on. If you manage to provoke backs, they will attack you on their own, and you can kill them with no diplomatic consequences. Huh. What is he doing to us anyway? That's interesting. And we have like so many people on our side. That's awful. That's so terrible. Oh my gosh, we could just basically murder this guy with no consequence. Should we do it? I might do it for the sake of I haven't explored that mechanic in the game, but that would definitely be evil. Um, Thinking about it though, it's terrible when these games like give you these options to like do terrible things. I also don't know if we're gonna win that because he's at 50 resolve and I'm only at 32. Hey Bax, I hear you've been talking about me. Maybe I have, Grifter. Is there a rock around here? Is that... Oh, wow. Say that again, I dare you. So these go into my deck. This effect is added to your opponent's arguments. Oh, insult. Interesting. Oh no, those went into our deck. So they helped us out a lot just right there. Okay, so he is a short fuse personality. Increase all damage by one. Increase by one when I destroy one of his arguments. Wealth extractor. Receive. When dismissed, remove a random intent. Reduces damage. Okay. Um, interesting. Dominance. Taking four. Okay. Um, let's threaten drunk. Is it set to two now? Great. Um, it's tempting to go after the wealth extractor. Get $30 for that. I mean, honestly, I'm just doing this not because I'm just doing it because it's interesting, and I've never seen this mechanic. Reduce by one when you play a non-hostile card. This will end the negotiation and start a fight if this argument reaches 10. Interesting. Reduce by one when you play a non-hostile card. Will end the negotiation and start a fight if this argument reaches 10. Okay. Let's duplicity threaten. Huh. Got 9 cards in my discard, so we actually do get extra. We can play our whole hand. Actually, we can play our whole hand anyway, or 4 actions. Oh, because of the roller drum. That's right. So I'm confused. So we didn't go into combat mode because I did something wrong. All right. Well, remove target's composure. This is actually a really solid card. If they're like really armoring up, it just takes all of the shield away. All right, both of these threatens are ready to upgrade. Dominance. We'll take that. Upgrade. Dominance. Play this card twice. Take the dominance. Okay, so we didn't manage to. I didn't manage to successfully provoke him. Okay, interesting, interesting. That's tough. That's fascinating. All right. Anyway, okay, so we got to go back to fish. Oh, a lot of stuff to look at. Okay. Challenging quest. When destroyed, opponent loses 5 to 10. Resolve when destroyed, owner gains 1 impatience. Interesting. Remove a card from one of your decks. Upgrade a card. This one's pretty good. Restore 10 resolve. There's something special. Strengthen your resolve. Both of these are just going to give us resolve. We'll do it. Nice. Discounts from friends. So we got that without having to. And sometimes that happens that way. These are like really cheap now. Like we could grab, like shrapnel grenade is solid. So is salve. Gain in action. I mean, these are all really good, and they're free in our deck because they've got replenish. All right, let's see. I mean, I get that this is a strong card. I just don't know if we want to take on such a tough. We'll do it. These are also really good though, like private security, like getting rid of a card. You again? Oh, it's a different guy. Just has the same face. I thought it was the same character from earlier. Yeah, I'm gonna defend myself for sure. Hmm. Oops, I did this in the wrong order. I meant to lacerate first. That's okay. I should have maybe defended that turn actually, to be honest. No. All right. Gain another power. Actually gonna play this stab here. No, yeah, I'm down to 2 because of the readiness. Yeah, I'll accept that. Another hemorrhage, absolutely. Yeah, lacerate's ready. If the target already has bleed, apply 4 bleed or 3 bleed. So I can make it a little bit more bleed if they're already bleeding, or... Oh, you know what? I don't think this will apply bleed unless they already have bleed. We should just go with boosted. If they don't actually currently at the moment have any. Dodge next hit, remove 1 evasion when you're attacked at the end of your turn. Yeah, that's a cool card. Sweet. Alright, so... yeah, are we doing this? I'm at 28 health now. Let's heal up first and see if that mission's still out there. Okay. Oh. What'd you do? Trying to kill me? If I hide her, I have to fight on my own. Intimidate. Attack. 2 2-stars. Oh, and she's not even going to help me fight? I guess because she's wounded? Great. Well, see what I can do. Should actually take her out first, actually. If I have to use some of these items, I will. Okay, so she's panicked. Let's go after him. Five more damage. Not bad. Took a little damage though. Discard a card, attack a random target, gain 1 counter and 2 defense for each card you've played this turn, gain 2 defense, and increase by 2. Gain 2 defense, increase by 3 for each previous card. Gain 4 defense, increase by 2 for each previous card. Defense Surge is actually a pretty solid defense card if we're doing a defense deck, which I am. So we'll take her to the chemist to get healed. 5 max health, great. Okay, so that's where that quest is coming from. Tempted to buy another tincture, but let's save our money. Alright, let's try to finally pull off this quest. We did a bunch of like side quests trying to get to it. Alright, what do you got for me? Oh, that's not him. Oh, she doesn't like me because she was the person I turned down. She's the other faction leader. That's what it was. Wait, you sell cards? Random. Draw 3, destroy after 1 use. Draw 3, destroy after 1 use. Target all enemies. Wow, this thing's strong. It's expensive though. Draw 2 cards, gain combo equal to their combined cost. Discard 2. Nah, I'm not interested in these. Yeah, she does dislike me. Let's not negotiate here. Don't think that's worth. Alright, bounty hunt. Let's do it. Okay, so I have to choose. I don't know which one. Well, sitting conspicuously by the side of the road, you notice an old shrine. It doesn't look Hessian. Make an offering, meditate. Let's make an offering. Let's get rid of this. So that was a free delete, which is nice. I'm into it. Okay, so let's drink with him first. Oh, that made it really easy. Oh, he's also got the haggling. I mean, I had to take on some negative cards, though, to share that drink with him. Alright. Not bad. Alright, you approach the bandit's meager camp. He doesn't seem too concerned as you approach. Do us both a favor, stay where you are. But I got a quest, though. Did you know you have a bounty on your head? It's a hard thing to ignore. What's it to you? Consider yourself hunted. Let me tell you something. You're not. That's great. Yeah, I appreciate the writing for this RPG. All right, let's see. We might just want to adapt this hand. It's pretty bad. Actually, let's do that first, then adapt. Spines, heal. Am I taking 7? Oh, I thought I had one more energy. I didn't. I was going to defensive surge after that. I really need that one ability we saw that one game where it's like every time I counter, they take bleed. I think that would really bring this deck together. I don't know if we're going to get it, unfortunately. Tempted to just evade that. He needs 25 more damage. Tempted to just evade that attack. Oh, 9 more damage. Okay. 1 and 4. Oh, let's specialty. I mean, this could just kill him on the spot. Oh yeah, we do have 2 combo because of that card we just used. Sweet. All right, so we're going to turn him in. Injury cards cost 1 additional action. Huh. Cool. So we got a new card for our negotiation deck doing that. Picking sides. So that's the end of that. All right, so it's the end of day 2. So let's go here. Now, the end of day 2 is tricky if you've never made it this far in the game. Just something to note. Just curious what she's got. First blood. Your first attack each combat deals an extra 2 bleed. I'm not that interested. So removing a card is usually something we want to do, but let's just make sure there's nothing that we really want. Improvise a random hostile. Overbear is actually really strong. Target a random argument, repeat for each valid target. Like you can, like this is really strong in hostility decks. If you can play this card from your hand or draw a pile for free when the requirements are met. Play 4 hostile cards in a single turn. It's hard to do that though. Just saying. I'm gonna take Overbear. I actually really like this uncommon. Improvise 1 random hostile card to your hand. It costs 0. So at least take the Overbear. I might come back for the other, because we have enough money. Let's talk to Rake. Buy cards. What do you got? Whenever you attack, gain combo. For the rest of the turn, gain combo counter equal to the damage dealt. Okay. Spend 2 combo, gain combo. We can grab another Lacerate. Might be worth grabbing that for 40. All right, let's remove a card. So we, unfortunately, a lot of those basics didn't naturally excuse themselves from our deck. This one might. And this card's just so bad. There we go. It's 150. Let's get rid of fast talk. And see, now we don't have enough to buy what? We don't have enough to actually buy the card I was thinking about buying, do we? Not from here. I mean, inside fighting is strong, right? Just straight up. Whenever I attack, I gain combo like that. This is a really good enabler for a combo deck, but I only have one card, so we could grab the Lacerate for 40. And he had, what was it we wanted maybe? Nothing else really. I mean, Brainstorm's fine. Like, I know, we're all Magic players here, so like it's tempting to take the Brainstorm. It's not actually as good as it looks in this game because it costs you an action and you only have 3 actions a turn. Actually, we have 4 though because of our graphs, right? Gain 1 action. I mean, that might actually be good. And like we actually might be able to pull off Erupt because I have 4 actions in a turn. You know what? I'm going to try to improve our negotiation deck. And I should probably heal instead of just buying that Lacerate. We're going to do that. I'm going to heal us because here's the thing. It seems like if you've not played the game, sorry to give you a spoiler, it seems like there's no boss at the end of day 2. There is a boss. That's all I'm going to say. There is a boss. So let's go ahead and heal up. Let's actually heal again. So yeah, I'm not going to spoil what the boss is, but let's do that and then we'll call it a day because it's almost time for me to stop. Okay, let's rest. Say, someone came in looking for you earlier. They didn't look friendly. Maybe sleep with one eye open tonight. Huh. I'll take my chances. Something's not right. In the dim light, some of the shadows look darker than usual. Who's there? A figure steps out of the shadows, heavily armed. If it thinks like an assassin and slinks like an assassin. This would have been easier if you'd gone to sleep, Hunter. Not too late to shut your eyes if you prefer. So I could demoralize the assassin. And you get a different assassin like like each run. I think there's like 2, maybe 3 different types of assassin they designed. But let's try demoralizing him first. Do you even know who you're working for? It's not part of the job description. I get paid to kill, not to think. Well, maybe you should reevaluate that. Casio is not like other clients. Let's see what we can do here. So he's got no composure here. Erupt doesn't do anything. This is not a very good opener. And that's when that card is weak. This is what we have to destroy. Impending Doom. When destroyed, gives Xin 1 stack of Existential Crisis in the next fight. When destroyed, he gains Impatience. So yeah, we really want to trigger this debuff in addition to winning. Oh yeah, we've got the Kludger, so I stole his defense. Nice. That's really good against Double Edge. Whenever he deals damage, they gain Composure to unmitigated damage. It's good. It is quite good. So let's duplicity, the quick thinking, and options, and carry over, draw 2, give you a bounty. If we destroy that, they lose resolve, but they gain impatience. Good to think about. Browbeat. Okay, so let's dominance that away. And then we're going to browbeat the bounty. No, we want to hit this. Well, we need to win this negotiation, so why don't we bounty? Hit the bounty. Oh, it has me going after that next. That's not good. I wanted to go after the core argument. Although once we sleep, we'll get all this back, so. Okay. Overbear is going to hit here, here, and here. Dominance, and we can... Okay, so let's Instincts for attitude. Overbear. No, no. Lucid first. Here. Then overbear. Got there. Alright. Press. If this card dismisses an argument, gain dominance. Does it upgrade all that well? It's actually pretty reasonable. Second wind. We already have a couple second winds. Let's go with a press. Keep feeding into that red deck theme. And that's what Casio is. You're supporting that. Well, maybe you're right. Maybe I should. All right, advantage. You have first strike bonus action. You're in an isolated location. You can get away with murder here. No escape. You cannot run from this fight once it starts. I like that they added these things. They didn't used to have some of that stuff. It's like I'd sometimes let the assassin go away, and I do think that has some implications. All allied bandits have. Interesting. Okay, let's see what we can do here. This is a pretty tough fight. Let's go ahead and summon our little buddy. Let's see what we can do. Piercing damage, but I still can get counter triggers. I just won't be able to defend this damage. We're doing really good this fight. I think we're gonna get him. Should have done that first. Alright, so let's see. Apply 3 bleed, then gain defense equal to the target's bleed, which is 2 right now, which would be 5. If the target has bleed, apply 2 cripple and 2 wound. That's pretty solid. Now, this is where we can execute and there's no drawback. And I do think letting the assassin go is not a great deal. I think actually Fish scolds you if you let the assassin go. So actually I'm going to go with the execute option. Nice. Money. Zin's Razor. All of your attacks apply 1 bleed while this is in your hand. That's cool. We'll take that. Uppercut. 2 power. Yeah. Second wind, appeal to reason, another duplicity. Let's take another duplicity. For consistency. Okay, kidney shot is really, really good in this game. So there are not many cards that have stun. And thankfully, I mean, okay, sharpen, bleed whenever you hit a target. Yes, that feeds into our deck, sure, right? Like this has to do with what we're doing. We're doing bleed and like defense stuff. Well, okay, this has to do with this is a discard deck build around. We probably take kidney shot. Stunning bosses can mean the difference between a win and a loss. So we're gonna take this. We're gonna take kidney shot. Honestly, if we're quick, I might be able to get through day 3 with you guys. You can really see what the game, like where I normally die, which is day 3. I have a hard time getting through day 3. Okay, quick strap. Gain 1 action at the start of your turn. Battle card upgrades have fewer options. Ugh, I don't know if I like that upgrade or that drawback. Whenever you gain influence, deal 2 damage. Okay, well, we decided to go into hostility. When installed, upgrade 3 random negotiation cards. It's kind of interesting. I mean, a lot of these I haven't upgraded yet. That's true, and we might hit our duplicities. Yeah, let's do this one. Like this one doesn't help us because we're not really an influence deck at all. And then this one. What's nice about this one is it says when installed. I think that means I can take it out and then install something else and still keep the upgraded cards. I don't really ever have influence, so this is kind of moot of an upgrade. Inept 2 bounty. That's cool. This one's stronger if we have a lot of dominance going on. If I have multiple dominance. Alright, you spend some time slapping together some makeshift security. Everyone comes through the windows now, you'll know about it. Sleep with one eye open. And again, this is kind of our summary from what we just did. Da, 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 da. Yeah, you got. I mean, more people love us now than hate us, so that's not the worst. You usually want more people liking you than not. Yeah, we made a lot of improvements to our negotiation deck. Finally, battle deck still seems pretty solid. Yeah, this might be a good run. When you wake up, you'd almost think the grog is beginning to look homey if you hadn't almost been murdered in it. All right. So we could share a drink with Ruck. We could try provoking backs again. If we're going to do that, though, first we want Ruck on our side. So let's try to do it this time. All right. I don't know if we're gonna win this. Honestly, he's at 60, even with like the help that I had. But we can try. Well, we should use this while we still have the influence. Taking 5. This is 4 influence. Oh, there's only 1. Never mind. It's not even going to trigger it. We'll end the negotiation and start a fight if this argument reaches 10. Okay, so that's what I did wrong before. So we kind of need that to happen sooner than later. Yeah, I don't need to beat this. I just need to get this to 10. he's going after this. Yeah, I don't need to beat this. It's just if this argument reaches 10. Okay, so we just need to survive. Oh, we don't really want to blow these up, though. Like, we don't want to end the argument. We want to... Like, this is kind of awkward. I don't really want to deal... I don't want to blow these up, actually, do I? Because he gains the impatience. I mean, I guess we should still deal him damage, just because if I can't get this up to 10, I absolutely do need to take him out. When dismissed, the opponent loses 10 shills. Okay, so this gives 3 insulted, duplicity, this. When dismissed, the opponent loses 10 shills and you double your actions. We don't want that. Alright, let's see. Next card costs 0, gain 3 smarts, 2 vulnerability. I'm just going to take the money. Okay, so now we get to fight. I'll show you why stun is so ridiculous. Watch. And now we take no damage here. And that's why it's good, chat. Spines. Oh, I thought he was attacking me there. My bad. He's attacking this turn, though. For each card I play. Okay, so let's do this. And this is another spot where killing actually works out for us. Makeshift dagger. Apply 1 wound, 50% chance to destroy. That card's really good, though. Might as well take the risk. Apply 4 bleed, then deal damage. Apply 3 bleed, then deal damage. But it's got 3 damage already on it. Actually think this is a little bit better. Specialty. Alright, improvise an attack card from your draw pile, gain 2. Improvise an attack card from a pool of 5 cards from your draw pile, gain 2 combo. Oh, I think the pool is normally only 4 cards, so let's take wide specialty. Just so we can better choose what we want to go with. Alright, Switchblade. Copy of this to your hand. Spend 1 combo, draw a card. Apply bleed for each card played this turn. Hello. +1. If the target has 5 bleed or more, apply 2 cripple. Yeah, we're going to take slice. Cool. Oh, that problem's dead. So he's literally dead, and we don't have him hating us anymore. But nobody else hates us now, right? All right. Gain 1 bonus to all defend cards and composure cards applied to self. That card is this is a strong boon. We should maybe. That's one of the strongest unique boons I've seen. So we should definitely try to get hers. We just don't have enough money right now. We'll try. I mean, the problem is she might not stay at that bar. So, another mission. Wounded animals or combat and negotiation, combat only. Well, I've only got 24 out of 34 resolve. Should probably do the one that's just combat. I mean, our combat deck is much better than our negotiation deck this run. I mean, that happens sometimes, so. Discard 2, gain 3 defense, discard this. No, take the money. Alright. Let's go here. Appreciate you guys stopping in just to check out this game with me. Alright, you find the patrol might be right where you expect it as you approach the bedraggled survivors reach for their weapons. Who goes there? Okay. Fight! So we'll stop that. And we get the free bleed because of the razor, which is kind of nice. I think Slice is actually slightly better here. Yep. It's close though. And like since this is an alpha, like some of these symbols, like you'll notice that's a placeholder for brutality. Like you notice how it's just like a little pink purple box, so they're testing different art there perhaps. I don't want to lose this here maybe. Why don't we actually gonna take this here. Bleed, bleed, do that. 5 more damage. Oh yeah, he actually just straight up died from all the bleed to be put on him. So whoops, wasn't trying to kill per se. That's the problem with bleed, is you actually should like kind of pay attention to how much you're ticking on the person with. Anyway. Yeah, didn't quite mean to do that. Yeah, so this counterattacks apply. Bleed is sweet. Do we have spikes going? Actually, haven't drawn it yet. Huh. I think I just take that. Now we have the Spines card if we even want it anymore. Taking 10. 14 more damage, 2 bleed. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. It's not quite 14 damage. Let's go with Spines. It's got Replenish. I'll take it. Tackle, defense gain 2. I'll take another Exertion. I've actually really liked this card. We just need to upgrade it. And now we get a debuff. Deal 1 resolve to a random target whenever you draw a card. So, he's trying to get a reputation for violence. So yeah, people hearing about that. Like the other 2 people that we killed, people either didn't care, or don't know about it. But yeah. Oh, kill the survivors. Oh, I am sorry. I didn't realize. I didn't read the quest. I was supposed to kill them. Now she hates me. That's not too bad though. I know it's terrible that we ended up. Well, that's what happens when you do their quests. When you join this particular faction, the other faction, there's a lot more negotiation quests. This particular faction, it's a little bit more on the combat and, well, killing people. You're essentially just a bounty hunter. Because I killed them. It's terrible. Alright, so we're filled up on purple, but that doesn't mean I can't switch this one and get a new one. Because it was when installed upgrade 3 random. So they won't de-upgrade. So something to think about. So 1 damage to all enemy targets at the beginning of your turn. At the end of your turn, gain 1 counter for every 3 defense you have. Your attacks deal 1 bonus damage to targets with bleed. I'm actually going to take this one. Yeah, because that kind of feeds into our deck. Every one counter for gain one counter for every three defense we get, which is kind of cool, synergistic. Yeah. Oh, a lot of missions. All right, challenging combat. Get a new graft. It's tempting, and our combat deck is pretty strong. Durno found a juicy target to rob. Hip flask. Well, I guess we're evil this run, so. How lucky do you feel? Someone enjoys a nice game of chance. Would you like a little wager or flip the shield, call it in the air, you win, double your money? Um, I mean, there's a lot of options you can take with these. It's funny. Whoa. He's got a lot of health and regeneration and stuff. This is maybe a mistake. Maybe a mistake. I'm also looking for opportunities to get rid of these tipsies. A little less damage now. Yeah, I'm trying to get rid of that tipsy. Okay. This is not going great. This guy's strong. Okay. Well, we got Razor, so why don't we go Stab, Hemorrhage. Actually, I should have done them in the opposite order because of the Razor. Heal. Seems good to me. Oh, he's not actually attacking. He's doing a debuff this turn, so let's Lacerate, Hemorrhage. Oh, so he's taking off the bleed. I didn't realize. Yeah, he's a medic. So this is like the literal worst enemy for us to fight, probably. Ugh. This hand doesn't really do anything. I think we adapt. I mean, the counter side of my deck is going to be effective. The bleed side is not as effective here. Defense, or we can cripple him. I mean, I think our deck is strong enough we'll still win this even though he's removing the bleeds. Just not good. See if we can get rid of this stab. Destroy? Nope. Piercing or rooted. I'm actually going to take piercing. Power, gain D3 fence. Discard this card, increase the damage of this card by... I'll take another uppercut. Oh, we got 100 out of that. That's not all that bad, but we're a little wounded. Yeah, let's heal up before we do the highway. We got a lot of drawback cards entering our decks. Oh, okay, the highway robbery is missed now. Alright, well, that's fine. Sometimes those temporary ones go away if you go to a different location. Hey, what's up, Jade? So you gotta be careful. Let's see if Alicia has 2 copies of Hasten, into your draw pile. I actually like Adrenaline Shot a lot for like boss fights. It says Replenish as well. These are all really good cards, by the way, especially Adrenaline Shot. I'm just going to take them all. We have enough money. I think it's okay to do so. Oh, you know what? We should take some of this money and go talk to What's-Her-Face. She might not be there anymore. Gain 2 defense per combo. Oh, these are really great for us. Take the money. I'm going to try to sneak by the Grog and Dog and see if that person's still at the bar. She is. Yeah, gain 1 bonus to all defend cards and composure cards. That's literally going to help us with both battle and negotiation. I'm down. Nice. That's a good passive. Some of the passives on these people are really good. That's one of them. All right, so let's go do this. Don't have enough money to hire a mercenary to help us with this mission, unfortunately. Oh yeah, so we're robbing these people. This is terrible. I don't usually go for the evil person route, but oh, that's a lot of enemies, but at least we have backup. Let's do it. Our deck is reasonable against groups, just the way that it works, but it doesn't mean this is going to be easy. So power is good for the rest of this fight. He's taking a bunch. 86, 88. Heals a target, remove their negative conditions. Maybe we should try to take out the healer first. That makes perfect sense. Part of the reason I picked that card there is I'm trying to upgrade that one. Oh wow, he's taking a bunch. Now I'm taking a bunch. Spines. Who's dealing the most? 13's coming from you. Kidney shot you. I don't think I exertion here just to do that. I think I'll take 2. Okay, let's see what we can do. Targets all enemies. I might want to spend the grenades. Honestly, I might want to spend some of these items. This is a tough fight. Let's gain power first. Well, I kind of need to do some defending cards too. Like, look how much damage I'm taking. Let's grenade. Let's... And see, that's what I'm talking about. 17 counter. Like, that was a lot. Okay, so he's going to surrender here. Unless I can take out Smuggler. 8 more damage. Okay, that's not hard to do. Heal. Okay, so let's... So now he's not doing that, so he's not going to surrender now. And then... I'm actually going to do this. This is probably the only mission we're doing with this guy, so we don't necessarily need to keep him... I mean, we want to keep him alive so he's still fighting with us, but we don't necessarily need him to be... No, we don't want to do that. I don't think we want to spend the shrapnel grenade. I'd love to get rid of some of these cards while we're at it, but 13 from who? You? 24 more damage to panic. Might just want to plume that 13 damage, actually. Should probably be spending these salves before I spend something like this, though, the plume. Although this doesn't replenish like this does. That's true. I'll just do it. Let's get rid of this. I'm tired of having some of these dead cards. Maybe not the best time for me to be getting rid of some yellows, but definitely holding our deck back. Okay, so we've got an exertion, so let's... 8 more damage, okay. And this person's not gonna... They're gonna rally soon, so we need to make sure we... Whenever you apply bleed, heal. That's useful. This fight is going to go a little bit longer. Tempted to go for Enrage, but I'm going to take this. One more damage. This bleed should tick, though. And yep, cause panic. Yep, they rallied, though. Okay, so let's... Panic after 16 damage. Okay. I can't quite pull it off, can I? Well, 8 to 14. One bleed while this is in my hand. He's gonna die. And then that means I lose the mission. Could heal him with the salve. She's taking 6, 9. Is it 17? This 13 plus 17 does get through 23. I think actually even the salve just does it. Well, he surrenders though. But they might not take the time to kill him. Would that stop you from surrendering? No, he's probably still going to surrender. I mean, maybe I'm supposed to use the grenade. No. I know I'm trying not to kill some of these guys, but I might have to. This is it's 2 turns on panic. They're just going to rally again. So I'm taking lethal now unless I do something. Oh boy, okay. Of course, this particular turn I don't have a lot of defensive cards, so I might be dying. 26 damage I have to deal somehow. Oh, most of the damage is coming from the medic. I can actually get the medic down, can't I? One more damage, so they're gonna panic from the bleed. This is one more turn of panic. You're dealing 2 damage. It's fine. I'm not gonna take this damage because of the bleed. I know, complicated, right, chat? So let's. Great. Now she's back in. 20 damage, 10 more damage. But the 18's coming from her. Okay. And it's just 1 attack, so that's where counter's not as strong. Like, you have these enemies that have like rapid attacks, that's when it's really good. Okay, so we have to deal 20. Somehow. Well, it's going to start with uppercut. Slice. 10 more damage. Yep. Okay, so panicked. He's going to rally now. Oh, she just died from the bleed, so ended up killing somebody even though I didn't want to. I think she's going to survive, though, at least. You're dealing 2 damage to me. That's not a big deal. I think she's gonna die unless we surrender here, so let's do that. I unfortunately we ended up killing the medic, but yeah, now Queek hates me. Great. Great. As they killed their friend. So somebody that loved us now hates us. Remove all debuffs and destroy all bleed cards in your hand and draw pile. That's strong. Well, okay, so sure we lost the discount, but like some of the cards we're gaining here are actually really strong. Another uppercut. Might be overloaded with these uppercuts. I don't know if I want to keep doing that. What does this one upgrade to? I mean, don't get me wrong, power is strong, but maybe not even all that strong in this particular deck. Like, power is really strong in decks that have like a lot of rapid fire, actually. I think maybe I shouldn't be taking all these, to be perfectly honest. I'll take the money. Alright, when this card is drawn, gain 1 dominance, 1 influence, 2 vulnerability. That sucks. Yeah, I'm fine with that. It's a lot of money. And we get a graft. We've got room for another combat, or we can swap out this one. So we could get either or. Let's just read. So there's a rare one. Your first card played every turn also damages an additional random enemy argument. That's strong. I don't think I've seen this one before. Alright, Wounding Barbs. Your first attack each combat applies 2 wound. The first time you expend a card, draw a card. We're going to take Brain Spur. And we're going to swap it for this. So here's the thing. That other graft that we removed, we didn't lose anything by switching it out because it was like a boss graft that said when installed upgrade 3 cards. So we actually didn't really lose anything by switching those two. Or we didn't lose anything at all, actually. Recent fight took here, treasure, practice debate to upgrade. This will cost resolve. I'm going to check out the battlefield, see if there's something there. Tincture. Baddies are still fresh. Best to grab something and run before any beasts are drawn to the bloodshed. So, tincture, rock whistle. I'm actually going to take the whistle. Nice. All right, let's go to the market and do some purchasing. Okay, Impulse Jack. Put a random 0 cost card from your deck into your starting hand. Nope. That's what you got for me to buy. Appeal to Reason. So none of these are really all that great for us, except for maybe Evil Eye. But I already have some stuff to copy cards. So let's just remove a negotiation card. Let's get rid of... 2 vulnerability is pretty bad, though. And it's an unplayable. Deal 1 resolve to a random target whenever you draw a card. I mean, this one's actually not that bad, but this one's pretty bad. We're going to get rid of that. Buy cards. Or sorry, this was not the person I want to buy cards from. So it's nice that you can actually get rid of some of those cards you don't really want to have from killing people. Alright, let's see. Battle card to get rid of. I actually think it's a mistake for me to get all these uppercuts, but there's obviously other things for me to get rid of before then. Like, what was it? Some of our... Like, we couldn't get rid of these stabs. Like, I don't really want this stab of the nail. Not really, for example. Alright, whenever you discard a card, deal damage. Doesn't really work in our deck. Draw 2, gain combo. Spend combo, gain defense. I mean, none of these are really great. So unfortunately, it looks like there wasn't really like a lot for us to buy in the end. Like, you want to be able to spend that money. Oh crap, so we can't heal or anything. No, we can. Okay, cool. So let's do what we can. So Zeet can help me. Bargaining. Okay. Sentru. I would like to butter up Alicia. Because she's the alchemist. She sells the potions and stuff. Dozebug. Whenever you sleep, increase max health. That's a good one, but might not be worth doing right now. At least that's going to get us the discounts. We need to heal. Oh. She can't make cakes right now, so that's bad. So let's buy some way to heal. Action, power. Yeah, that's not good. That's really not good. I should have done this first before I bought those. Whoops. If I was gonna go ahead and give him the 150. Let's just have him help us. I think there's some more negotiation that goes into this fight coming up, so let's actually just pay him to help us. I wish I had gotten him to like us first, but actually we wouldn't have had enough money if I had failed the... It's fine the way that it worked out. See, unfortunately we can't heal. I forgot about that on day 2 that you can't heal. Dark when you arrive, dock should be closed. It's not long before... Okay. Guards on duty approach you. Who is that? Show yourself! Dock's closed, Hunter. Specially to you. Talk your way through. Okay, he's got a lot of resolve. Bribe your way through, so we could pay. Now, these are some choices I wouldn't normally make, but I'm just trying to... Because I don't have much more time with you guys, and I wanted to just see. Find the ship. Huh. You let more ships in. Exactly how infection spreads. Infection? Cut a deal with Kadwa to get the package. Order to attack. Convince Kadwa to end the quarantine. Grab the package and make a break for it. Okay. I'm just here to get the package. I don't care about the quarantine. Bit too late for that. Let's see if we can pull this off. Whoops, I kind of wanted to oppress that. I didn't realize I was going to get that extra trigger. Oh, that was from the brain spur. Okay, let's just get rid of this, and yeah. The start of Kaba's turn inept, a planted evidence argument? Ooh. Ouch. That sucks. That's strong. Okay. Well, there's no there's no saving that. Okay. These I should kill later. I should just go after the main thing. Oh, you know what? If I could have killed this, I should have killed this. Now I see my mistake. Yeah, it's too late now. Whoops. Yup. Duplicity, 9 of the discard, no draw though. That's unfortunate. Like we have all the actions in the world, but we didn't actually draw any meat. We're in trouble, chat. This is not going well. Okay, actually this turn maybe is going to go well. So we got 4 dominance and then browbeat. So let's take out this. And let's get rid of that. That's a pretty good turn from us. So I can just take that out. Dominance. Brainstorm. So that's 4, so that's a guaranteed. Got there. Actually, our negotiation deck is getting quite a bit better. Brainstorm? Yeah, that's a really good brainstorm. One mana, draw 3. Don't put anything back. Seems pretty good. I don't really want any of these. Double composure on our arguments. I mean, we're not really that kind of deck. Sal's instincts. Go into the hostile ones. Grifters have a lot of nerve. One package is all he wants. Easy enough to give it a simple inspection. Typical exceptions around abound when someone with power and influence walks through. This package is unusual, but I can release it to you, Hunter, assuming your license is in order. Looks above board. Be sure to register if you construct this into any, I don't know, weapons or traps. Those require different paperwork. Okay. You almost make it when you hear gurgling from across the bow. Okay, so this is the particular boss that I have a really hard time beating. And we're at, like, no health, so we're probably dead. Alright. No escape. You cannot run from this fight. Yeah, it's boss fight time. Alright, Shug. I have not beaten this battle yet, just letting you guys know. Whenever you apply bleed to all other enemies. That seems perfect for this fight. Let's do it. Oh, it definitely is, Jade. Like, you have level ups and you have relationships. Let's see. Things that they added to this versus, like, your typical card game. I'm not even comparing it to something like Slay, but just in your mind have, like, a deck builder RPG. So they added negotiation. So you actually have 2 separate decks and 2 different ways to, like, do the RPG. They added, just versus, like, a lot of what else is out there. So there's, like, a questing system. There's a relationship system. We're going to do this card here, I think. Yeah. Whistle for our buddy, because I haven't beaten this before, so I think we're going to need the help. You're not happy. Ooh. There are other things that are interesting, like you see the little tick, those little blue ticks under the name of the card. Every time you use a card, it gains experience. The card gains experience, and then once the tick marks, once it fills up, you get the opportunity to upgrade it into 1 of 2 cards. So yeah, no, it's really interesting, actually. More Shuglets. Alright. Wow, he's dealing a lot of damage this turn, so I guess it's time to use the kidney shot. Let's get rid of this Tipsy, too, if we can. Nobody's dying here. Okay, so let's tincture kidney shot. So you see how we're taking a lot less damage here now? And that's honestly why it's important to have some number of stun in your deck. Like, even though there's some other good cards we could have picked. It is exclusive, yeah, and it's only alpha. I think it might eventually show up in Steam, but it's going to take some time. Shrapnel, tirage. Move all debuffs. Will panic. Attacks add injury. Have some more debuffs? Anybody have debuffs? Bloodbath. Medic. Okay, so um I think I am supposed to grenade. And then I think I'm supposed to exertion and adapt. Try to find some bleed cards. I did. I should have done this first, actually. Well. So they'll die from the bleed. This is like the best I've ever done on this particular fight. Is the stream dying? I don't think we're losing. I have 0 drop frames. You sure, Jade? It might just be on your end. Are you positive? Okay, let's uppercut. Good. These Shuglets, man. Or Shoglets. Oh, boy. So you're dying considerable amount. Can I save you with this? No, he's at 8, taking 18. So unless the 18's coming from the big bad guy. So even if I were to heal the Vrock, we're losing him. Okay. But nobody's surrendering. I don't need to use the salve. It wouldn't save the Vrock anyway. He's taking 18. He's at 8. No. Oh, wow, that scared this guy? Great. Remove all debuffs. I think that counts as a debuff. Let's try it. Nope. Okay. Well, that was a waste. Gain an action. Oh, well, he's just dead if we do it here, isn't he? He's already dying. Yeah, we already won. I should have used that. That's okay. I didn't realize the boss was going down. Wow, we actually beat this boss. I have not beaten this battle before. Gain, whenever you play a hostile card, draw a card. That seems really good. Gain 4 composure when you use it. Gain 1 dominance when you use it. This thing seems really good. Doomed. Double the surrender threshold for all enemies. Useful. Makes them way easier to beat. Whenever you discard a card, discard a card, double the damage. Yes, Sino Trainer is interesting. I think this is really strong. Doomed. It's a lot of mana. I'm not really discarding a lot. I mean, I'll admit there's discard where adapt would work with that. I don't think I have any other like discard. I don't think I do. It's really the only card that really has a ton. And it's only discarding, right? Oh, whenever you discard or expend, do I have a lot of expend? Let me see. This says expend, 3, 4, 5, 6. You know what? I actually might be able to pull off efficient disposal if we can upgrade it to serial disposal. I'm gonna give it a try. That was you launching the Epic Store. Oh, are you gonna buy this? Oh man, I'm sorry. I mean, I'm not sorry. It's a fun game, but yeah, I think it's $15 for the alpha. What's nice is that price doesn't change for us though. Like once you have the game, even if they decide to make the game more expensive later, which I think they should. Like this game feels like the price tag will probably be more than $15. So like you get to help them test the game, you get access to the game early, and theoretically it might be a cheaper. I've never made it this far actually. I don't think I've ever beaten that boss. I've come close. I think this is my first time beating that boss. Sweet. Don't worry about it. It's probably fine. $15 is too much, but it's on my watch list now. Spent too much money on clothes. Yeah, I'm with you. Well, you get to vicariously live through me playing this, Jade. So we got rid of that though, didn't we? Oh no, we kept that one. Yeah, this is nuts. A bunch of people hate us now though, but at least we got that. Yeah. I think this is an okay day. Gained a lot of different battle cards today. I'm almost worried that like our battle deck is a little bloated. This might be a good place for us to stop just because it's almost 3 my time. Thank you guys though. This was a lot of fun. Yeah, I think this deck might be able to go all the way. I might be able to actually beat. I know you're like, wait a minute, Bruce By. Are you telling us that you've never made it? Yeah, I've actually yet to beat the game. So a lot of people dislike us, but we have a lot of people that like us too. So yeah, so like I've yet to beat the full first saga, which is when you're playing as her, as Sal. So, yeah, we have one more slot for combat. Okay. All right. Well, I'll end here. Thank you guys for coming. Thanks for checking it out. Monster Slayer is one of my favorite games. I bought it because of you. Yeah, Monster Slayers is good. It's basic, but it's fun. Like it gives you a lot of that Slay the Spire feel, and there's a lot of classes to it. All right, guys. If anything, I'd love to send you over to, I think Fluffy's live. I saw somebody in the team is live. Let me see. Oh, maybe not. I thought one of the... yeah, Fluffy is live. I'll see you guys. I'm going to host over to Fluffy Wolf, so give Fluffy your attention and some Bruce By love. I'll see you guys on the next Bruce By the Magic Guy, where we'll play probably some more Modern or Legacy, and then I'll follow up maybe with some more of this Griftlands Alpha if you want to check it out. I have liked it, and yeah, we're making it further into the game now, which is sweet. All right, guys, say hi to Fluffy for me. And I'll see ya. Bruce By out.